Alrighty, hello everybody. How are we feeling today? Welcome to a little bit of StarCraft 2 action. I just starting up a little bit later just because I'll cast and replay so I can, why not? And we're gonna get through a whole bunch of matches. So I've got a few matches picked out of what we're gonna do, roughly. So we're gonna dive in. The way that this works is that so same as before, just a quick intro because not everyone's here yet, but GSL qualifiers are basically the first round qualifies players directly into GSL. But if you get third place in a group or fourth place in a group, so top two go into the GSL and the third and fourth place move down to another qualifier essentially. But the guys that finish top two still play more matches because they play to qualify into group stage 2. So there's like a couple of different rounds. So even when someone wins and qualifies, you might still see more games of them later. Yeah, that's basically all I've got to tell you guys. We'll try and explain where it is. We only have the final match or final 2 matches of each little group. We can't cast any of the matches before then. They don't provide those replays. So what we're going to start off with is Hero versus Rogue. And then after Hero versus Rogue, we're going to do ByuN versus Maru. Classic versus DRG. Those 3 are guaranteed because those are all kind of winners matches. So they're the first match we get from each group. And then we'll kind of go from there. And I think we'll do a couple matches from the second round as well today. We're not going to do everything because... So my original thought was I'd do 8 best of 3 today and 8 best of 3s tomorrow, but then we got asked to do OSC mid-season playoffs tomorrow. So I decided to pick and choose some matches instead, which I'm fine with because I don't think all the matchups were ones we wanted to cast anyways. But we're going to try and get through 7 series today. 7 or 8 series still. So that's what we're going to try and do. Let's get into our first one, which is going to be Hero versus Rogue. So a little bit of PvZ action to start us off as we load up into ley lines for the opening map. Yeah, Rogue's been obviously pretty good lately, but I do think he's been a bit better in the Zerg versus Terran matchup, and so rather than the Zerg versus Protoss matchup. So we'll see how he fares against Hero, which is obviously going to be a little bit of a challenge because Hero is freaking good. Like I said, I think that's going to be a little bit of a challenging one for Rogue, but we'll see where it ends up. We'll see what he can do. He has been happy to try and mix in a little bit of craziness here and there when we've been watching him play, so there might be some hope for something along those lines that come about. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what we get going into. As we have got in the top right hand side, that very Zerg play we're talking about. In the red, it is a Rogue. He is taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of ley lines. For the opening game, it is Hero. GSL qualifiers typically preset their map, so we're probably going to see ley lines map 1 in like all of the series that we cast today. Just a little heads up on that one. As yeah, GSL qualifiers. Obviously, season 1 just finished. This guy was the champion, Hero, and I think for the first time ever, he's gonna have to be a. Yeah, I think for the first time ever, he's now going to become a having to re-qualify into GSL after winning it. I think that's always been a case of like top 4 get invited to the next season, but Hero is gonna have to qualify in because that's just the way it works this year. Obviously, back-to-back seasons, very close together. These are also EWC qualifiers, so that's a big part of the kind of the day in and day out life of it right now. Let's just see this overload of Rogue heading down to the bottom left, hatch in the pool coming online, and we've got our gas already mining away as well. So we get a good idea of where we're at early. This probe gonna do some nibbling and some little annoyances here in the early stages. I'll continue to chase that probe over just for now. And yeah, that probe will be taking some hits. Next in the cyber core, continue to come through. That assimilator coming up as well. And we'll get in a direction of where Hero wants to take this shortly, obviously with the cyber core finishing. But you've got to expect that a Stargate is going to be one of the very likely chances of what you want to kind of head into here, right? What happens to the EWC slot if Hero wins again? Yeah, I actually don't know. I presumed it went to second place in the same tournament because I don't think they're really set up to... I don't think they're really set up to have qualifiers, like additional qualifier spots or anything. I don't think that's really kind of set in place at all. But I'm not actually sure. So I don't actually know. I'm just kind of guessing. So yeah, maybe we'll get some information or some news on that at some point soon. Would be neat as the Proby comes back around. And just gonna see those couple of things continue to chase out for a couple of moments. And get chased out over here. Stargate coming through, link speed coming about right now. And that Stargate is about to finish up as the Stalker comes in as well. Warpgate's still producing. Yeah, these are the qualifiers for the next GSL coming up, guys. So Season 2. The last GSL of the year. Isn't it wild? Like, a month and a bit ago, we didn't have any GSL. Now we've had a full GSL, and now we're going to have another one, and that's it. But, like, probably... Well, obviously the rest of this competitive season, the competitive season obviously ending with EWC, right? It's, man, everything is just cram-packed in this time around, so... Yeah, pretty nutty in that regard. Basically, that hero had to qualify again. Yeah, I wonder if that's a rule from EWC where it's just like, hey, like, this is not like... This is almost like not your own tournament anymore. Like, you just got to give qualifier slots. Like, you can't just bring someone back because they already won. Because if EWC is helping GSL out, then you have to imagine that EWC just see GSL as a qualifier. It's not some big prestigious tournament as it used to be. I don't actually know what the deal is there, so I'm just guessing around a little bit. So, you know, like I said, I'm not 100% sure what their deal is, or if EWC is like monetarily supporting it, or what. So yeah, but yeah, kind of wild to have to qualify through when you just won the freaking tournament. I mean, Hero should get through no matter what, right? But yeah. And the upgrade coming online, the Forge and a Twilight Council coming through, add a few gateways on there as well, so all of that starts up as the Nexus comes down on that third base. You just see the single Zergling out the front continue to patrol around, trying to see a bit more of what is happening. The Oracle goes to the top. Has been kind of poking a little bit to try and just obviously put some work in, put some damage out. But yeah, this is a fairly passive game with the Oracles, and the follow-up is going to be fun because we're going to go charge and +1. So instead of heading in toward that blink, we're going to go for the charge upgrade instead. So something a little bit different here on the side of Hero. Charge obviously definitely a step away from the usual expectations. As the Oracles are going to activate. One drone went down. The Queen will take a couple of nibbles as well. As the Oracles are going to try and get back onto the Queen. As long as it doesn't pull deeper into the spore, we're going to keep on trying to hit it. But Oracles go low. Don't think that was really worth it for Hero, just giving up HP for no real purpose. Damage on that Queen is going to be very superficial. If we really needed to, we could transfuse it up with another Queen, right? But I don't even think we did enough damage to kind of force that for now. Ling's going to run straight into the third base. The melee upgrades, Bailing Nest and company all coming up in the production tab for now as a few Lings go after those probes. When you turn back around, the Oracle's still overhead. And charging the +1 coming through currently. The Zealots are still coming up. Oracle's still activating and doing a good amount of damage, pushing those Lings away up to the top side for the moment. Doing a great job of just clearing things out and keeping things a little cozy. The Zealots are going to step forward. I'm just going to be seeing the first Zergling or so going down. The Zealots step onto creep. And like I say, with that faster charge opening here, you have a little bit of pressure you can apply right now as Hero. So it's going to try and do exactly that in the moment as the Zealots are going to show up. And yeah, I mean, how prepared is Rogue? He's got a good amount of Lings, but Lings do not trade well against these Zealots, especially when Oracles are helping them out as well. In the end, it is going to be enough, but it really is because you just throw too many units at your opponent right now. Resource loss is actually pretty even, to be fair. I actually thought that was going to be a lot worse for Rogue than it was, but he comes out pretty good on the trade. He is equal on the work account, which is one thing that Hero has achieved here. He's droned or probed up while keeping his opponent building quite a lot of Zerglings, so those Lings have kind of cut into your drone production and slowed you down there. As the Oracle drops another Revelation in, the Zealots will move over further to that right side. A couple of Queens are going to be there to hit the Oracle too. Start to get in on toward that hatchery. A couple of Queens stepping over. The Zerglings going to be nearby. And drop the recall, and the Oracle still moving to the upper right. This Droney's going to take some shots. Yo, Cheesy Plays, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's not very often our first ding of the day on the stream is a YouTube membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support that you're enjoying as our Zerglings can actually get into the natural. Whoa, hero. He's just going to leave that door wide open, and the double Robo gets surrounded. This would be a hell of a snipe. Zelda's trying to get through. A force field coming to deny. He's not going to get either Robo facility. That would have been such a huge shutdown. Man, I'm kind of sad that it didn't happen. We've killed 12 workers here, which is not bad. So 12 workers going down total with that attack on the third as well. So good little run by in from Rogue. Gets a good amount of damage done and definitely slows Hero down. Just a shame that those Lings decided to go for the Robos, because, like, obviously I thought it was the correct idea, but maybe Rogue should have known better, because if he gets those Lings in the mineral line instead, I mean, he did what, like, you know, hundreds upon hundreds of damage to these Robos. That could have all been on the mineral line. That could have been pros being forced to, at the very least, pull away to make the damage done much more difficult to do. But yeah, that was, in the end, a waste, because you put the damage on the Robos that will now never die. So yeah, that is a little bit of a waste for sure. As the Zealots hit the bottom right side, this hatchery can take a few shots and is on its way down. So Hero going to counterattack successfully with the Zealots. Rogue is building a base on the triangular setup. That will be his new fourth, as we now have Zealots in the main base as well. So Hero is ramping up the pressure and starting to attack here, there, and a little bit everywhere to really apply a little bit of pressure, like I say, in this game number 1. Trying to improve this position for himself and put him into as good a place as possible. The Overseer will go down. +2 attack, standard thermal lands continue to come out for the moment. Colossus and the Archon coming about. The Nexus building on the front on that 4th base. A couple of Oracles come through. It's going to be seeing the Hydras and the Queens are going to be in position to push the Oracle away for the moment. +2 missiles, +1 flyer attack upgrade. All of that continues through for the moment, as our Nexus and Immortals continue to build. And our Hydras just going to loop back over the right side with the Banes accompanying them for now. Yeah, Corruptor's coming up from Rogue, but I mean, I guess we're just trying to get answers to the Colossus. Colossus is not frequently built in this matchup. And I guess oftentimes because it kind of introduces the Corruptors to the game, which then means there's a natural defense against your better army composition, the Sky Toss, already in place. So it's kind of weird in that regard to use the Colossus, but that only matters if you end up going to that stage of the game anyways. Hero might have other plans, looking to end this a little bit sooner as he begins a march across the map, and we'll see if Rogue is going to have the preparations ready to deal with this right now. Couple of Banes shooting. Hydra's going to take some damage, and we do have Corruptors going to go through. We actually got rid of the rocks to open up this space a little bit. That lets more of Hero's army come up. Those Archons could absolutely just go after the Corruptors. No, that's what they're going to do now. And we lose 2 of the Colossus, but that means 2 remain. All the Corruptors dead, so the entire investment from Rogue not really paying for itself. Still having 2 Colossus hitting Hydras at the end of this is going to be rough, as we're not going to see another round of Corruptors showing up. The Stalker's actually playing forward onto the Hydras a little bit, so going to be happily saying, yep, let's be aggressive over there. So they're going to send that. And I think we've got enough from Hero to just keep pushing through. It doesn't look as though Rogue is going to be... yeah, it doesn't look as though Rogue is getting stopped at any point here, is he? He's going to get a stop at any point, sorry, as he's just not going to be looking pretty. A couple of drones pull in. I mean, even if we do clean up, it's obviously coming at a huge cost. And it's just those 3 Immortals whacking away as well, so powerful. We got rid of the Colossus, sure, but so much else kind of missing from the overall defense there. And Hero takes game number 1 of the best of 3. Everything in this qualifier, best of 3, by the way, guys, just to clarify that too. So, yeah, everything best of 3 in this GSL qualifier. Best of 3 is all day for us, just in case you weren't aware. Again, this is a matchup in the round 1 winner bracket finals. So basically, the winner of this qualifies for GSL, and then we'll get to play in the winner matches or the winner groups to play for seeding into group stage 2. So there is a big benefit from winning now, rather than kind of going down to a lower bracket and having to play there, or even to the losers qualifier. Like I say, I'll try and keep you guys up to date with where each match is from. But right now, like, basically, if you lose this, you've got a few more chances still. But win this and you have the chance to, like I say, play for group stage 2 seed, which is obviously a big deal. Easier to win a couple of matches now in the qualifier than have to play a whole extra group in the GSL days. So, yeah, it's a pretty hefty advantage for sure. pretty hefty advantage. We'll just have some ads roll for a moment or two, guys, just because it's early in the day. And just in case we get a longer game. Coming up for game number 2 is we're going to be heading into Ultra Love, it seems. For Rogue and Hero's second map. Okay, thanks for joining us. And like I said, just a chill little GSL Qualifier stream. Picked out some matches that I thought were going to be fun. Like I said, we're going to be doing Hero versus Rogue, Maru versus ByuN. What was the other one I said I was going to do? I think Creator versus Solar, right? Sorry, no. Classic versus DRG. Creator Solar is the one I have written down as a maybe, but I think we're going to do Classic DRG. I think it'll be cool to see some DRG. We don't really get to see DRG. You know, haven't really seen DRG in a hot second, so... It's either we either do Classic DRG or there's another couple matches with DRG in that we could maybe do as well, so... But that's the rough idea, and like I said, we're going to do like 7 or 8 best of 3s in total today, so... We'll just kind of see how these first couple matches go, and if there's some long ones, it'll kind of maybe change what we pick as well, so... A little bit of info for you guys there, but we are set to go into game number 2, as we're going to be heading into Ultra Love for the second game of the series. So, let's take it away, as we have got... In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player. This is Hero. And he is up, obviously, one map in this series, taking on the blue, Red Zerg. In the top right side, we have Rogue. Hero is so good. He really is, yes. I think what's great about Hero is he doesn't really have a weaker matchup. Maybe the PvP a little bit, but like honestly his PvT and his PvZ are just both very solid right now. I think that's something that some players kind of miss out on a little bit when we've seen some players kind of rise up to kind of just being that little bit better as of late. It's like they're really good if they hit the right plays, if they hit the right matchups. Hero, you can really throw him against anyone and he is just absolutely amazing through and through, so really is... great on all fronts. Even PvP. Well, I actually do think if there is a weakness for Hero, it's probably PvP. He's actually lost a lot of PvP games lately. A good few PvP series. He's lost to Classic the last few times he's met Classic, for example. I mean, there's no shame there, but there is a little bit less consistency in his PvP than in the other matchups, I would say, right now. But obviously, PvP is... a little bit more volatile. Mirror matchups are always going to have a little bit more volatility anyway, right? Maxpax is a PvP god. Well, Maxpax has also been looking pretty weak in PvP lately too, in comparison to how he usually looks. Like, usually he looks formidable and undefeatable, but that's not been the case for Maxpax in that matchup lately. He's actually looked much more beatable than he has in a long time, I would say. That energy recharge instead of shield battery is... sort of battery overcharge is kind of wild. Who do I think will win EWC? Right now, I think it's hard not to say Clem. Clem or Hero. I think the thing is, I think Serral still beats Hero. It kind of just depends on the bracket. I think Clem has a better spread of matchups than Hero does, though. I could really see Hero having a blunder in a PvP, and I could really see Hero maybe losing to, like, Serral or something. But I don't see Clem having as many weak points as that. Which, obviously, those are not really huge weak points, but... Yeah, I want to say Clem at the moment. So, yeah. I'll say Clem, but... It's very close. I mean, I think on any given day, Hero can beat Clem can beat Hero, Serral can probably beat them both on any given day. So, I like to say, I think Clem is a little bit more favored against Serral. But it's obviously not an unwinnable matchup with Serral either, so... Adept is going to go pinging away at the hatchery, by the way. Uncle and Adept both building through. Taking damage. Adept going to get into the main base. Queen on the way through. The Oracle still coming about for a couple of moments here. The Adepts are going to shade around. Things will gather. Creep Team goes down to the low ground. Again, Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming up here currently. So Oracle just shows up and gets a few drones right off the bat. So 3 workers going down immediately. Very nice start. We do have the catching of the Adepts up on the top as the Lings try to find their wrap around that. And drones and the Queen continuing through. Just going to have ourselves the gateway coming to the front. Where do we go at this point? I mean, a few Lings are going to show up onto that Nexus, so they're going to start pinging away there. A little bit of damage being done. Just have the Oracle showing up, and they're going to go chase those Lings down. That one Ling was just doing a little bit of a loop-de-loop while the Adept killed it. As the Queen's actually walking here, we are making even more Lings, so we're looking to get aggressive as Rogue. Not sure how much I love that. The Oracle's gathering together. The couple Queens will go pushing back. A few of the Lings gathering up and getting a little surround on a couple of the Adepts as well, so even more damage being dealt for the moment. I'm planning on covering all qualifying matches. No, we're going to do about 7 best of 3s total. 7 or 8 best of 3s total. We're probably going to skip most of the mirror matchups. And, yeah, and we only have replays for the final match of each round as well. So we miss a lot of the replays in the first place. And then I've kind of picked about half the matches, which I think are good. Well, I picked the first, a few from the first half of the matches, and I'll pick a few later as well, because I want to try and avoid spoiler on myself. There's no spoilers in the first half, so yes, we'll not be doing all of them, but we'll be doing a good chunk today, like 4.5 hours of casting, I reckon. Oh, that Ling Queen Wall gets rid of the third base. The Ling's going to knock on the front door and try and break through into the natural. There's one of those moments where, as hero, it's like, okay, well, I've given up the third, but I gave it up very freely. I didn't lose a lot trying to defend my third. I didn't try and make a defense when there was no defense to be had. That's a very good sign, because if you lose a bunch of units trying to defend the third and then it goes down anyway, you're in a lot of trouble. But now, you know, letting that third base die as a choice just gives you a chance to kind of maintain your unit count while you get into the extra tech. A lot of bonuses for you there as the Oracles moving down to the bottom. Ling's going to gather up. Nexus drops down. Still got the charge on the +1 coming through. Temple Archives and the gateway is building up. The Zerglings will step forward. Heading through a little bit as well. And Oracle's just going to activate that, taking those Lings away and just pushing them back. Charge on the +1, still very much so, continuing on through for the moment. Oracle squad just goes across the map again. Good for Hero to get a defense that's good enough to stop these Lings from kind of coming back in and kind of getting more done again and again. Obviously, you know, stop them once and then make sure they just don't do much else. If you keep taking damage, that's the kind of game that just runs away from you, so I like Hero's approach in that regard. The Oracle's going to activate. They're going to get 1 Queen, they're going to get 2, but they are going to be near Hydras. The Hydras get rid of one of the Oracles. We get 2 Queens and a Hydra for 1 Oracle. I was going to say that's amazing. A second Oracle makes it a little bit better for Rogue, although I still kind of like it for Hero. Remember, he built an extra Oracle too, so he still has 2 Oracles to control the map with right now. Which is obviously a big bonus too. Things surrounding. Oracles take some damage. Was the Hero feeling comfortable to get out on the map? It was a commitment from Rogue, so while he got rid of that third base, again, because Hero didn't do much else, he kind of gets to recover from this while Rogue is recovering from committing to the attack. And things will level out in a big way. I think very playable position on both sides right now when you stop and look at this as the +2 attack and the Storm coming up. And Tempo's getting warped in there. The probes coming through. There's odds. Come forward and do some slicing and dicing. to get rid of an Oracle, which is really nice too. So that Oracle going down. Now we have ourselves these Hydras still stepping forward, and just going to open up these rocks that we've knocked down with the cooling towers. So Rogue going to open this space to attack on in. 54 drones and looking to send it as the Hydras continue to work through the rocks and again open this space up a little bit. You immediately see Heroes just like, cool, that's all well and good. You take your time doing that because I'm across the map. These Zealots are going to hit. Rogue immediately starts pulling back with the main army because it's a lot of Zealots. You don't deal with that with reinforcements easily. You need a good chunk of what was already out and available here to deal with this, and that does slow down obviously then the rest of the army from gathering up together all at once. Storm is done, so Ling Bane and Hydra, especially when the Banes don't have speed, is going to be difficult to make work right now. Storm on that ramp, or that kind of narrow choke point. There's a few Banes are morphing within that there, so that's going to work out quite nicely too. Nice little benefit. So you have the +2 attack and the Stalkers still coming up at the moment. And Bane speed building, 16 more Banes on the way out, additional Lings on the way through too. So Stalker High Templar coming across. There's a couple of Archons going over as well, so we take ourselves to the upper right hand side. The +2 attack is really not far from being done now as see an Overlord get knocked down. We begin to approach into this base. Storm coming in, a couple of Hydras taking shots. Here we go. Bane's on the top side, rolling through or waddling through. Not gonna get anywhere too quickly at the moment. Got a couple of Storms coming down. The Bane's still getting hit. That's going to turn around again. The Storm's going in. The Baneling's still taking damage. Hero is starting to kind of take a supply lead, which is obviously very beneficial for the Protoss player, but is it going to be good enough overall? One Archon going down there. The Hydras are still pushing through. It does look as though for now Hero has to take a step back. And Rogue gets the defense eventually. So at first Hero is kind of poking ahead in supply. In the end he kind of falls down in supply. Tell you what, it's going to be tough for Rogue though, because he's not just playing against Storm, he's playing against a well-upgraded Protoss army. We're talking about +2 attack already being done from Hero, so that's a pretty huge deal as well. +3 attack coming online, just going to have ourselves the Nexus coming about, a couple cannons in the battery continuing to come through. Zealots and Stalkers gather together for the moment. As we'll see the couple of Zealots still making their way out down to the bottom right side. Evolution Chamber and drones coming up as well. Add a Carapace, add a missiles, add the melee. +3 attack. And Robo Facility Nexus continue to come online. The melee and missiles building also. There's the upgrade difference I'm terrified for. Rogue finally saw the melee and missile upgrades for himself, but man, I mean, he's going to still be up against +3 attacks. There's always going to be probably a 2 upgrade difference favoring Hero in this game. That does look very good for him so far. Like I say, just maintaining that is a very good place to be. As missiles, and melee upgrade, Overlord speed all continue to come out. We got ourselves a few Lings, we got ourselves a couple of Hydras. Had that Robo Facility on. The Zealot and the Archon coming up as well. We just have Super Banelings continue to gather up, morphing in once more in the upper right hand side, and we get ourselves ready to go out across to the bottom left. Missile charges, Baneling already taking some hits, the Fleet Beacon coming through, Portal and the Oracle coming about as well. Get rid of that Zealot, just going to see the other units still cruising about. Again, the Oracle, the Immortal, +1 armor. A huge chunk of Zealots on the way through as well. Yeah, that Fleet Beacon on also right here. On that bottom side, it's Hero gathering up a chunk of Zealots too. I mean, the game settles down again right after Hero pushes, but I mean, I still feel as though Hero is in a very comfortable spot. He's just like, cool, well, honestly, I'm getting given time, being given space, I'm going to get my mothership up. There's just like a lot of positives that continue to come into play here at the moment from Hero, right? Like, he gets into so many little things that are just going to continue to ease him into a better and better place in this game, number 2 of the best of 3, of course, leading 1-0 as well. He just sees no reason to go attacking into a Zerg who has been low on upgrades and is kind of spamming low tier units. Because the better unit composition you build, the easier time you're going to have against all of this Hydra Bane. So that just kind of becomes a little bit of a kind of a given at this point. Results poking about, Mothership, Tempest coming through. Hydra Bane moving around in the center. Two of those Banes up to the top as well. Still having the +2 missiles and the +2 melee coming up right now. The Infestation Pit coming online. Hydra's coming through. A couple of Temples continue to move about. Nice Storm coming down. Going to get rid of all of those initial Bane lanes. The Storms over here very good too. Hitting so many of the units and they're all softened up. Just need a couple more units to get there so everything can fight together, and that's going to be a very easy cleanup here. Defense is spot on from Hero. Great initial Storms defensively. And again, when you soften that Zerg army up, the next stage of it becomes so much easier because you've turned them around already. They're going to go scarpering away. And, well, what? Now Infestation Pit finished. We can start to get to Hive, but this is all just giving Hero time to continue to settle into this later game army with more tech units available and just a stronger, just a way stronger army in total. I mean, there's not really much else to add to that. Like, it is just getting better and better and better right now for Hero. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Lane Bane Hydra, we're going to hit the next on the left side. We're going to try and knock our way through there. Let's take a few more nibbles, and we actually will get the kill. How desperate is Hero for this base? I mean, yeah, obviously he wants it, otherwise he wouldn't have built it, right? But it is his 5th base. He can survive on the 4 base setup for a while here, especially considering this game was a little quirky getting set up, right? He didn't mind from the 3rd straight away because it died. So I don't think he's too upset about losing the 5th base right now. It's not like he's desperate to send probes there. He can wait to rebuild it. This fight's just going well for Hero again. Time Warp comes down kind of late on, but still helps against some of the Lings as we continue to storm across all of those Hydras, and Rogue is just going to say GG. He's going to get the hell out of there. Hero is going to be taking a game number 2 and just absolutely stomps. He did not even need to wait for even more and even better units to keep on coming. He just had himself everything needed. Take that one down. GG's. Alright guys, we're going to take a quick moment or two and head into more action. I think we're going to do Maru ByuN next. So this is one of the odd times I'm going to cast a mirror matchup. But A, we don't get to cast Maru a lot. B, I really like ByuN. And C, we actually just don't see TVT a whole lot out of all the mirror matchups. So we're going to do a little bit of TVT next. Like I said, I know you guys don't love TVT all the time, but I think we're going to do it today. And yeah. Alright, I'm going to be a couple moments, guys, and we'll be right back. More StarCraft coming up after this with Maru vs. ByuN from the GSL Season 2 Qualifiers. Alright, guys, hello and welcome back as we get into our next best of 3. We're going to go Maru versus ByuN. Keep some games rolling. So, let's get into this and, keep some games rolling. Keep some action happening. I actually thought this was going to be a pretty cool TVT. So this is from another kind of similar situation as Hero versus Rogue. So it's the winner bracket of their kind of group. It's the winner bracket final. The winner of this qualifies for GSL and gets the chance to try and qualify into Group Stage 2. The loser of this still has another chance in the lower bracket final, and even if they lose there, they can still kind of have extra chances too. So like I say, this is not do or die. But there's a lot on the line, because it's obviously nice just to get into that next round and to have a chance to play for Group Stage 2. ByuN made it to Group Stage 2 last time off of the qualifiers, so we're going to do the same again, while Maru had to play through the first round, or last time around, so yeah, let's see what happens as we have in the top right side of this. Terran versus Terran. The red Terran player is going to be ByuN. Bottom left, blue Terran player is going to be Maru. Apparently ByuN said, and thank you to Stick Dude in the YouTube chat for translating, says, ByuN said, man, no non-Koreans, but why does this turn me feel so much harder? And Maru said, I'm the only one who's actually good. And ByuN said, sure, among Terrans. Maru said, I'm so nervous I'm going to throw. Can't digest anything. Oof, says ByuN. Sad for Maru. Hell of a translation. Thank you so much. I mean, I always love it when I get translations from the chats. Like, they seem very legit, but you could actually kind of tell me that, you know, if you just speak with confidence about what they're saying, I might just believe you and read it out, you know. I might just believe you and read it out anyway. Alright, Reaper coming out. It is 2 racks at home for ByuN, so he's going to be playing the multiple Reapers. This is very much so going to be kind of whatever, because his opponent is playing into the factory. No fast expansion, no proxy Reapers of his own. Build otherwise, Maru's in a fine spot, because he's going to get his tech online. He should not take much damage to these Reapers. They're not proxied, so they're not going to be arriving super quickly. Maru should have plenty of time to just kind of deal with this. He does take the worst shot there. They actually shot the first time at first, and then Maru moved at the wrong time, so he's going to let this first Reaper actually get in for a little bit of damage, and that SCV already will take a few shots as the Reaper now tries to play getaway. Back to its buddy Reaper. And this is the moment where you might actually get a chance to overwhelm if Maru makes mistakes, but that one Reaper being low HP here from ByuN is going to keep him from being able to really do much of anything. So he kind of gets blocked there, unable to do much else. Our 3 Reapers join together. And Starport building in the main base of Maru, so we get a Starport on the way. The Reapers are going to step forward. The Reapers and the Hellion will be right there. As we push back those Reapers, we chase those away. Command Center still coming through. Again, Reapers chasing forward. Hellion gets pushed back. The SCV goes down as well. It's going to be a nice catch as the Cyclone and a couple of additional Marines continue to make their way into play right here. Starport coming online. Continue to bring that through for the moment. And yeah, Cyclone, a couple Marines coming up as Maru gets into, again, the beauty of having that tech early. Already has the factory active. And already has his medevac on the way up as well. So Maru with all of that tech in his favor. As the units of ByuN are going to show up, and they are going to go poking onto the natural once again. Reaper forced up to the high ground. Dies as it comes back down. The Cyclone should allow us to really get some kills here and be fairly stirred. You've got to be a little careful. It can die to enough Reapers, so you don't want to just kind of run it out on its own completely. But there's a medevac now as well, so you have that lift-up potential to save it should things get a little dicey when you are out on the map trying to fight. Or even just right here defending as well. Just make sure that that Cyclone survives, because your units, your tech units here early really do have a lot to say, kind of say in the game. Yeah, generally pretty important. Hellion is going to get hunted down, goes down. Reapers and the other Hellion going back around. The Cyclone going to be right there too. Raven build now coming up to being about halfway done for the moment, so again, just get that settled. The Cyclones will gather up and head toward the upper right side. And yeah, Siege Tank, Marines, Stim Pack. A little bit of everything on the way right now from ByuN's, just bringing up a little bit of this and a little bit of that as we head to the upper right side. So continue to go pushing across. Raven on the way through, the Stim is coming online. So what's up, Lucas JB? How you doing? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. As our Cyclone's got a couple of lock-ons there, nothing too major. A couple of Marines. Maru obviously able to take the control of the map because he had that faster kind of tech in play. But the medevac went across the other side, and ByuN is going to find himself a few SCVs, so he is going to get damage done. He's killed 6 SCVs of Maru this game, so not a bad start at all from ByuN. Actually able to get in there and actually able to really dice up some damage for himself. So utilizing those early units and yeah, getting something out of them is very nicely done, as the couple of Reapers and Hellion will sit tight and just come stepping forward. An SCV or so already in a little bit of trouble once again. That medevac sidling out through the bottom side for the moment. Medevac flies into the main. What are we gonna do? Sit there, chill. I thought we was gonna unload and maybe wait for this medevac to come back over, but yeah, I guess gonna find better things to do or set up for the moment. He's got to keep the Cyclones in the medevac so you can react to wherever this medevac arrives from, which is kind of smart as well. So that's my answer as to what the hell we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We have a Marine tank army. They're moving through the center at the same time. So ByuN is trying to say, okay, well, I've got you a little bit pinned back. Maybe I can do something taking position here. Remember that ByuN is playing, you know, off of the 2 barracks initially, which means he actually has Stim already. So it's one of the benefits you're going to have. That seems terrifying, but you've got to remember that Stim Marines, when you're up against tanks and stuff, are not always the best. You know, if that defensive position is set up nicely from Maru, there may not be any way to just kind of stim in and kind of win this out or anything. That tank already doing some good work. The new tank is arriving in a moment. I actually do really feel as though we need that siege tank to help us out with this in a moment. I think without that, we're going to be in some trouble. So I think that's down here. Siege is up. Still has the 1 tank in the main base too, so he does have the defense there already in position. Tank, Marine, Stim. Again, still just building through for the moment as the other tank gathers up right there. Still hitting with those couple of tanks onto the orbital command. And the orbital command taking a few more shots. Just going to be seeing it taking some hits. The tanks are going to be very close to getting rid of this. Obviously, the SCV is trying to keep this repairing. Maru, at some point, he has to make a breakout. He does have the 3 Ravens that will be able to do something, but they're all across the map. I didn't even realize they're across the map. My apologies. So they're all over here just trying to get some kills. He actually has killed 10 SCVs of ByuN, so he's put ByuN a bit behind on the work account, but I mean, that means he doesn't have the Matrixes to break out of this position here. Now, he does have a Liberator showing up, but if the Cyclone could get a lock on, that could be a way to push it away. ByuN just going to unsiege those tanks and pull back for the moment instead. And those auto turrets continue to go to work, so those Ravens are keeping themselves busy. How many kills have they actually got right now? First one has 5, the second has 10, and the other has 3, so pretty, awesome set of Ravens. 18 kills on them. Again, it came at the cost of kind of taking a shelling on your natural, but you repaired up the command center, you didn't let it go down, so you keep it kind of very controlled. And now you can bring those Ravens home, regen some energy, and interference matrix your way out of trouble here if you need to, so yeah, I actually like it a lot. The Liberator, yeah, goes across the map too, got used defensively, can now go across the other side. Going to be doing exactly that for the moment, as a couple tanks still firing, playing cleanup as well. And 1-1 upgrades and combat shield coming through as well, by the way. It's going to be much faster for Maru on the 1-1. Interestingly enough, ByuN has the armor upgrade much sooner than the attack upgrade, which is, again, just a typical ByuN move. And that mistake is going to cost him a little bit. So that armor upgrade, just a shame because obviously attack is better, typically. So, unless you're going to do a lot of running away. But if you're doing a lot of running away, you're just taking free damage anyway, right? So it's probably not ideal for you. That's why attack is better to win the fights that you actually want to be in, the fights that you're actually forcing into the game, and so on and so forth. Tank setup, sieging through a little bit. That medevac still nearby, just off to the side. As you have medevacs and Marines building the 1-1 upgrades. completing, and that does give Maru an upgrade lead now. He has the armory already done, as you can see, with the vehicle weapon upgrade building. That means he can go straight into the 2-2 as well as soon as he feels ready and as soon as he can afford it. Predictions go down, and ByuN did not get those tanks on siege, which is a shame. Usually you want to try and unsiege the tanks that are getting matrix so you can still evacuate them in medevacs and so on, but that doesn't happen. 2 tank kills for Maru. He will push out to take his 3rd base. During all of this, ByuN has been mining off his 3rd, so he has been getting some bonuses from having, contained Maru a little bit, but now paying a hefty price as multiple units going down. Maru with the push-up looking very strong, and he's even going to start angling directly toward the 3rd base here, or what are we going to do? He could, come up this high ground, play toward the natural as well. Natural is kind of an odd position because your opponent can approach it so easily. It's going to make it a fairly difficult defense here for ByuN as the tank siege. And first couple tanks in the front begin to go down very quickly, so they're going to be dropping. 2 coming up on the side of Maru. And here we go. Actually going to just see ByuN committing straight in. Marines are going to pull into this. It's a lot of tanks sieged up, so it's going to be an expensive breakout from ByuN. If he breaks out, I mean, if he doesn't break out, then probably call in game. Anti-arm missile on those Marines as well, going to weaken them up and soften them up ever so much. It's a great spellcast to have, because obviously we talk so much about TVT, how important the upgrades are. Well, of course they are, because, it's a mirror matchup, and upgrades typically do have more of a role to play there. You're talking about upgrades on the fastest firing units of the army, so the upgrades really do a lot per upgrade. So, yeah, when the anti-arm missile is on, that means there's less armor, and that means every single hit is just being so significant, and that's happening so frequently as well, so definitely goes into a very useful manner. As the 2-2 continues up and online, we'll continue to get that going. Supplemented back around the upper left-hand side. 16 Marines inside. Sense tower sent up right there as well. Medevac still on the right side, figuring out what they would like to do. Where they would like to go. Just in toward this natural, but not going to find too much as now the Marines unloading into the back of the natural here. A few of those SCVs begin to go down. So a good amount of SCVs fall, and the Marines step up. The medevacs have to load up again. Just going to pull that army up the left-hand side. Get it out of trouble. Nice little attempted attack in from ByuN, and expect a good few of those in this game, because if this game goes a bit longer, ByuN typically is going to remain the dropper, the aggressor, the player who is constantly trying to find a way to get some more damage done, right? So, yeah, oftentimes looking to try and make the most of those situations. 3-3 is building already from Maru. And maintain a little bit of the upgrade lead. He's actually let ByuN catch up a good amount in the upgrades compared to where he was at, considering ByuN was very behind on the attack upgrade for a while. Shots still coming through. Still coming about. The Marines in the tank going to regather themselves. And I'm just going to push into position, and so ByuN is trying to secure a 5th base coming online. Maru's just recently got to his 4th base. We'll see if he has any intentions of base 5 coming through soon. You'd imagine he probably does have some idea, right? When he wants to take that base. Not just yet, maybe, but obviously ByuN going up in expansion is definitely going to give him an edge in a mirror matchup. Any advantage is a significant one, because the fact it's mirrored, it really tells you just how far ahead it, how far ahead it's going to put you and so on. And the Marines coming around the left side. They see one Marine, get a few shots off on it. Now the Marines are going to come back the other way, and a lot of firepower coming through there. Marines taking an absolute beating. 3-3 coming up, plus 2 vehicle weapons coming through. Marines going the other side. We are going to engage our way through this here as we just have position. Continuing to develop. He's really ahead right now. It's kind of a hard one to say, right? And look at the setup of single starport still. 8 tanks each. It's very even. Like, ByuN has a few more Marines. 13 Marines really come and go in a moment, though. There is a worker advantage from ByuN too, but it's honestly, it's negligible to the point where I feel like it really is going to come down to the fights. And this fight Pretty good for Maru. He's going to jump on this army of ByuN. He loses all of his tanks very quickly, and it's extremely convincing for Maru. And that's why everything else we were looking at did not really matter, because the fights have so much more of an impact in these situations than anything else. So yeah, Maru just taking a better fight. The siege tanks were there a little sooner. And now ByuN is going to have to consider bringing back his sieged up tanks at the front. He actually did that nicely on siege jet, lifted in the medevac to evacuate. Has the other tank siege still as well, so attacking in for Maru is going to cost him a few marines, which is going to dissuade him from kind of sticking around in that scenario. So the marines just pulling back around. Another tank shot or two. We are going to continue to stem forward and up this ramp. Here we go, knocking 2 tanks down immediately. 1 tank on the bottom. Going to be firing up some damage as well. We continue to go back and forth here. The Vikings going to go after the medevac. Liberators are showing up, and they're going to siege on top of the tank too. So we can shoot Liberators down because we have got enough marines. We have got a couple of Vikings of our own. We're actually lost all semblance of being able to push forward there a little bit, as we have got now this army continue to shove up. So we are going to be seeing the tank going down again. I thought Maru actually had a few Vikings to help him along the way, but not a single one in sight. It was just the Vikings of ByuN keeping that distance and keeping that ground ahead of him very visible, and making sure now you can kind of pick off Liberators that arrive if they try and siege up and so on. And ByuN actually saying, well, actually, if I've got air control, why don't I make a couple libs of my own for the same effect? If I can siege up some Liberators defensively and push that tank line back, that's a very free and easy way to stop these tanks from being extremely, you know, up and in my face. So ByuN might be able to, with those Liberators incoming, break out of the chokehold that Maru is starting to tighten on this upper side. He's just been rallying reinforcements here. ByuN going to try and sneak a base down in toward the center. We'll see if he can get away with that. The medevacs take some damage off the Vikings, as we are going to stim forward though. Looks as though Maru wants to push the issue further. ByuN's planetary top left burning. Orbital here burning. It looks as though the top side base is 100% going to drop. ByuN's looking for the counterattack. Marines and tanks figuring out if there's anything to do on the other side. A few reinforcements we can maybe pick off, but Maru's bringing the rest of the army back as well. The problem is if you're in the middle, it's a very quick turnaround for Maru, so it takes no time or effort at all to bring those units back. I do like that ByuN evacuates the tank with the medevac, and he gets dropped down, and will start to be a little bit of a defensive position here. Although those other tanks sieging up mean that the mineral line will not be allowed to keep on mining. Tanks still shelling away, planetary fortress still taking hits. A couple of libs coming through, and you get sieged up on top of those tanks as well. We're actually going to come running down. The tanks are going to re-siege. And ByuN goes and turns tail, realizing he cannot continue to commit into that position or into that fight. Another round of siege tanks getting set up. The medevacs into the center, gathering up as well. Additional marines on the way through. 16 of them continuing in for now. Red are firing back quite nicely as well, so again doing a decent job of all that. As we have marines up on the top, going to try and make their way in once more. This orbital is very low. If he just finished that off, that would be great. We tried for it, but he decides not to stick around. Didn't even really make that much of an effort. As soon as he started taking damage, he's like, no, I'm out of here. It was low. I mean, maybe obviously a fear that the SCV repair is going to be too much and delay you too long if you try and stand in the fight, and you lose a lot of units unnecessarily. He lost all the marines up there anyway. And Maru is also losing the units in the center here as well, as ByuN's going to have a good couple of moments playing cleanup. Maru may be stretching himself too thinly, maybe not quite having reinforcements in the numbers he thought he did in certain places, because neither of these fights were necessary for him to take. These were both kind of him you know, forcing the issue. And he managed to lose both of them, so not ideal, and giving ByuN an opportunity to come straight back across the other side here. As you can see, going to take advantage of that with the Liberators sieging, the tanks coming through, and trying to deny this forward base of Maru. Which, if you can do, is brilliant, because your own forward base is yet to really come online. You've not been able to get it up with the pressure that Maru's been applying, so if you can do the same to him, then brilliant. Another scan. Marine's going to get in behind the mineral line here. More Marines showing up. The SCV's moving about. So Marines again still stepping forward. Tanks are very much so sieging. They got the planetary fortress taking some hits. Yeah, a couple of libs coming about. Siege tanks. Marines, a bit of everything continuing through for the moment. Vikings again going to get turned around here. Push back. Bottom right side. Set up a another command center. So Maru's still trying to expand around. It is ByuN who is still kind of being limited on bases, but definitely holding his own in the center. Is it enough though? Another couple libs showing up. Are they going to force the tanks to siege? Yes. So ByuN is starting to get pushed back, in this position that he's held for a good few minutes now is beginning to be taken away from him, and so the question becomes, what does his response become? Now he actually comes back down and fighting through, as he lost a few units initially. One Marines building, plus one vehicle plating coming up as well. GSL settled for a few moments here toward the center, so it is going to be ByuN against siege. Another base of Maru. Libra on the left side trying to find some SCVs as well. ByuN's lost 59 SCVs in this game, which is kind of a wild number. Just so many losses in that earlier defense when those bases went down. Maru was just sat between ByuN's bases for a significant period. Starting siege, and the Marines have to take a little step away. Libra going to show up. We passed 20 minutes here on ley lines, by the way, guys, in case you're tracking that. As Maru has found a moment to step in, but the tank started siege, and he has to run away once more. Tank will get one tank there. Again, that favors Maru as ByuN. Actually up in supply, though, and has been able to maintain that for a little bit. Trying to keep that going as best and as long as he can. We turn around to fight in here again. Marines and tanks going to go up against one another. Going straight through in that attempt, and we'll just have, still in production, just masses of Marines. Couple tanks on the lip from Maru. ByuN trying to build some Vikings. Going to try and dart down the side here and try and set up a position of his own. So he's going to force Maru to respond, and he's potentially going to force Maru to have to attack into him, which is much more beneficial than him attacking into Maru non-stop. Gets the planetary fortress here, and what more are we going to go for? We only sieged up one tank. That goes down very quickly, and I think Maru has underestimated the size of this army from ByuN. A few reinforcements just arrived as well, and that means that ByuN is going to easily push through. Wow, what a great turnaround from ByuN as he holds his position here. You see the other side. This tank sieging, and now from the high ground going to be able to do very well for themselves. Here comes Maru on the push back, and ByuN maintaining enough units to stop supply, slipping back over into Maru's favor. ByuN now has the worker lead, the army lead, and admittedly as well, not quite the upgrade lead, I guess. But I feel like he's got the positional lead. He's the one that's making things happen at the moment, and Maru has to respond to him. I always feel like that's such an important part of the TVT. Being the responder and having to deal with where your opponent is set up is so much more difficult than being the aggressor a lot of the time. So Maru has to play out of, though, and we know his TVT can be very good in the later stages. Not be surprised if he is still able to turn this around. He is still good at just slowing a game, camping it out, just letting things go slowly if he needs to. Although the thing is about this map is it's quite an open map as well, so I wonder if like slowing it down and trying to play that kind of slower rebuilding game is very difficult to do, especially now that you're starting to take the bottom right corners of ley lines as well. And you're kind of needing some of these bases to stay online as well. It definitely makes life a lot more tough and a lot more difficult. Marines and Vikings coming up. We have ourselves the Viking tank in production. Marine and a +2 vehicle plating coming online. Tank sieging. The Marines come back over. Medevacs moving through. Fighting straight in. The few Marines going to go engaging, and we are going to be seeing this one's a little bit favorable to Maru, just sheer numbers. It's because ByuN has got a sizable army down around the bottom right side. This forward base setup now as a planetary as well. It's going to be a big deal for ByuN to be able to continue to maintain position in the center and hold defensively. Somewhere to run back to a lot of the time is never a bad thing in this matchup. Being able to run definitely is a pretty hefty positive. As on the bottom side, we've got ourselves Marines pushing through, the sensor tower taking damage as well. And that orbital will go down. We're going to end up on something of a base trade. We very well might. ByuN is going to be going into that if we do end up into it soon. He's going to go in with a worker lead and an army lead. And honestly, kind of a bank lead as well, right? There's not exactly a bank for Maru as of right now. So anything he loses, if this does become full base trade mode, anything that Maru loses becomes very permanently kind of lost. Whereas ByuN does have potential to rebuild things as required at the moment. Bigger fight actually happening. ByuN's going to get a jump onto a bunch of those siege tanks. A lot of those going down, but not enough. He actually loses a lot of the Marines, so it was a good start from ByuN, but the follow through there from Maru is going to be good enough. We have still got Marines applying pressure on the other side. Looks like we lost another siege tank here. And these Marines would love to just push on in. But they're going to play it a little bit more safely under command of ByuN. They get told, no, do not get overeager. Maru reduced down to 3 bases plus this bottom right base, which would be great if we actually had anything going on here, but it's just not even morphing into an orbital or anything, so I think Maru may have lost track of that base coming online at some stage, or just presumed with the damage that was being done to it, they might be left for dead. Liberating 4 more Marines coming out. Actually going to get a good little stim forward there initially from ByuN as he tries to dart in and get something done. Still maintain about a 50 supply lead, so it is really feeling as though ByuN may just have this game won over Maru. What can Maru really do at this stage? He doesn't have any fancy units either, it's just medevacs, Marines, and tanks. He's got half the tank count. I actually really think this is going to be rather challenging, huh? Tank siege, Marines gather, single medevac going to go boosting out the front. And tanking the Vikings coming online. This army of Maru still gathering together here for the moment. Tanks move forward, Marines coming about as well. It's going to get siege once again. Just taking a moment to breathe because it's been pretty hectic in the TVT, and I feel like the players took a moment to breathe as well, although I think ByuN is still going to be much happier here. That one Liberator is an annoyance, and we are going to lose a Viking and a half just kind of stepping around. So annoying when you are being held back by a Liberator and kind of need whatever you kind of deal with that. Those Vikings are likely going to be on the mind of ByuN. Losing one is not great, but that said, Maru's not exactly rich. He's got very little mining, so ByuN just continue to build Vikings, might be able to outmass his opponent sooner rather than later. And it's not a game with like multiple starports each. This is not a game with an endless bank account. You're pretty darn drained. 28 minutes on ley lines. We are going to dive through his Maru, go for some of those tech units. And that is successful, but it's successful in terms of, hey, I got rid of some tech units. There's still a lot of other units here from ByuN. Gathered up at the moment is the extra Marines, tanks, and so continuing through. Shots coming about, still seeing the extra Marines coming around as well. Tanks on the way. Maru just running out of stuff as ByuN's going to end up pushing down this ramp. He's got units on the other side as well, just in case you didn't see, but these Marines on the other side is... I don't think that's really too much of a game changer. I think this was already kind of getting decided. That is going to be game number 1. Going the way of ByuN. So ByuN does take a long TVT off of Maru, which is not something you see every day, to say the least. All right, so guys, let's. I'm gonna have to run some ads after a long match, so I will just start those off, and then we'll get ready to go into game number 2. Then we go into Ultra Love for our second game of Terran versus Terran here between these two Terran Titans from Korea. Old school Prime versus Prime action. Yeah, ByuN and Maru are just very good friends as well. Have been for a long time in StarCraft, so something else to think on there. Ooh. Excuse me. Bum, 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 bum. I guess literally just waiting 30 seconds or so for some of the ads to get through. We'll head right on into our next game here. It's going to be game 2 between Maru and ByuN. Let me cast this TVT. It's been quite a TVT so far, hasn't it? Been pretty fun to get us started. All right, we are going to go and get ourselves into this next game. Let's do it. So Ultra Love will be the map again. The maps are predetermined in GSL Qualifiers. Map 1 will be Leylines. Map 2 is Ultra Love, and map 3 is Tokamak. And that's just true every single time. There's no messing around with that. So it's just the way it is. That's the way it is. In terms of players being laid out on this map, in the bottom left, our red Terran will be ByuN, taking the 1-0 lead. And up against the blue Terran in the top right corner, we have got Maru. A game where I felt like Maru had decent control for a lot of it, but just I don't even know where it really flipped. There was one fight that was obviously very bad for Maru, and that was a more obvious moment. But like, it felt like Maru was in quite a lot of control, but just good counterattacks from ByuN. Did not really care about not getting his base up. Was very resilient about just keeping on trying, and eventually just Maru kind of left the doors open to a few too many medevac drops and counters as well. Crazy. Will we have player cameras again at some point? I imagine GSL... Well, GSL is an offline tournament, so the official broadcast of GSL will have had player cameras. And I imagine, obviously, it's Dallas this weekend, by the way. If you don't know, DreamHack Dallas this weekend is an EWC qualifier. Offline tournament. So that's going to be in person, so obviously you'll get to see some of the players there. Yeah, I don't really have a way to do player cameras myself. With especially on replays, but even usually it's just a lot of hassle to set up for very minimal gain. If something goes wrong, like I'm just I'm a one-person show, it's just the sort of thing that just needs an extra pair of hands to like help people get into camera lobbies and stuff as well. It's just, it's just a little bit too much for me typically to keep on top of. No scouting from both players. No, there is scouting from Maru, sorry. So ByuN, no scouting. Very typical ByuN play. While Maru will SCV scout, and he will see the double racks, so Maru is, ByuN's plan is revealed right from the get-go here. Going back up, to have a little bit of chitter-chatter back and forth. Can I read Korean? No. I can read the letters. I know what a couple of things are. I could pronounce, or like, say out loud what they're saying, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what it means, you know, unless it's fairly obvious. Well, 2 Reapers hop up. I'm gonna head straight in. I'm just gonna be seeing the Reaper and the Marines. Easily gonna be there to push back the couple of Reapers. Just gonna chase that out for the moment. And the CC coming about, our tech lab building through. Just have ourselves the Heli and the Marine Starport in the orbital. Continue to build for now. This Reaper going to be Reaper number 4. But because Maru knows what's coming his way, and his build was just kind of good against it anyway, he is just going to be very safe, and it's hard to imagine that these Reapers are going to get much done. Reaper and Hellion defense on the high ground should be plentiful. A few Marines as well, yeah, this should be absolutely fine. Yeah, you can't chase the Reapers and get the kill on them easily, but you don't need to. The longer that these Reapers are held back from doing any kind of damage, the less effective and the less kind of potent they become anyway, so able to just do very well for themselves there. As the Reapers are going to relocate back around the top. Cyclone's coming up, Medevac is on the way. Command center building as well for the moment as the Reapers back down to the bottom left. So ByuN just pulls those Reapers back, and Maru is going to really do much of anything, right? Just siege tank and Marines on the way up on both sides. Medevac popping, just going to go and potentially lift. Maybe it's time for Maru to get a little aggressive. It's scary though, because if the Reapers show up and you've just lifted a bunch of your units, that could be opportunity for the Reapers to then get in and get some damage done. So it looks like this Medevac is going to hang back on the idea of going across the map just now. So just going to hold out on that for a little bit. That goes boosting. A few Reapers in the Cyclone going around the right side, going to be heading up. Cyclone Hellion Marine in position, and the Medevac will have to stop to unload right away as well. So got that Stimpak coming through, the Liberator in production. It's just really this Medevac. There's a Reaper here from Maru, which let's see this Medevac coming back this way, which is just nice to know that you're not having that kind of sitting right on the very edge of anything. Medevac loads up, Cyclone, a couple of Reapers gather. Again, Raven in the interference matrix continuing through. Siege tank and a couple more Marines coming about. That Liberator just sets up on the top side, so setting up at the 12. And going to begin to make its way across over here and potentially threaten this natural. So ByuN already setting up to try and be aggressive and to try and get some damage done. No surprises, the Medevac repositioning to do exactly that as well. Again, because you got the second barracks, it's going to be that fast stim from ByuN versus the tech-heavier army of Maru, so a little bit of a repeat of what we saw last time, to be fair. There's, you know, a lot of the same elements at play. It's kind of fine for Maru last time. Again, it was later in the game where things really started to slip apart a little bit instead. Cyclone the Reapers heading to the upper right. A few Marines gathering together. 1-1 coming through. Combat shield coming about. The Ravens are going to be right there as well. You have the Marines are going to trade out on the bottom side also. Gathering, this Marine stepping up. 1-1, Stimpak, building for the moment. Reapers in the Cyclone out over to the right side. Combat shield is currently about halfway done as well. See again the Reapers in the Cyclone gathering together. Marines and a couple of tanks coming through too. Just for the moment. Yeah, 1-1 coming about. Combat shields over halfway done. That Stimpak still building. Marines, tanks stepping through the center. We head to that upper right side. Again, a few Marines just going to be sitting around there as well. And 1-1 upgrade. Stimpak continuing through. That combat shield not far from being finished. CC is already building up as well. Couple of barracks building also. Keep bringing that through for the moment as the Marines and the tank continue to gather together. That Cyclone head over to the left side. 1-1 coming through. Stimpak is about to complete. Again, the armory is on the way as well. It's been so much setting up from ByuN, and overall just nothing really done because Maru's just been very set defensively. He's not going to give ByuN any opening to really take advantage of. Now, ByuN takes advantage himself because he's out on the map and has control. He's got his third base finished on location already. So that's going to be time saved, obviously floating it down. And it just means that you can obviously already start a mine from this, which is lovely. Whereas the main base, or the third base, sorry, of Maru is in the main base. So that's one thing that ByuN is kind of netting himself an advantage in at the moment. However, the double drop into the natural is going to find ByuN somewhat unprepared. A single tank there is not going to protect you from this. It might slow you down a little. And slowing down isn't enough. So the rest of the Marines get back, so he will punch that away. But yeah, Maru showing that he can be scary as well. He can also be dangerous, and that ByuN should not just be thinking about being on the other side. Trying to set up that line of siege tanks here. That's great and all. As Maru scans it, but like, well, I mean, obviously it covers a bit of the entryway in toward the third, so actually a pretty good spread on those tanks. Although now they're going to unsiege. I think Maru knowing that they're there means that Maru was kind of ready to come in and fight this, and ByuN is just going to back it up. He's not going to let that fight happen yet. I think he knows he just doesn't have the reinforcements in position to really justify a fight. He doesn't have enough to really buffer for the siege tanks. The scary part now is that Maru's going to step forward, and he's got 3 Ravens full of energy. Raven spellcasting is oftentimes a big game changer in this matchup, and if one player has those Ravens and the other does not, especially 3 full energy Ravens where you've got so much utility from them available, just got to be an immediate concern for someone like ByuN in this game right now. You cannot kind of just say that you like ByuN's position, because those Ravens alone could really start to shred him apart a little bit. So we'll see what happens as the tank relocates a little. It's going to start getting a couple shots off. A little benefit to Maru there, as ByuN didn't have the vision to see it in return just yet. Just return fire. A little bit of a skirmish starting out though, and Maru is going to be comfortably taking the advantage, hitting the matrices on the tanks, and we're going to clean out a lot of these, so tanks just going to drop. ByuN just losing so many of his units. Now Maru not losing nothing, but obviously he's losing mostly Marines, while ByuN is losing tanks, so ByuN's losing a lot of his defender's advantage and a lot of what the defensive kind of position gives him. Now he's got 1 tank sieged, another tank not, and that other tank gets matrix, so we're just going to step forward here again. Another anti-armor missile would have been really nice if we had it just on the Marines. Allow us to get through those that much easier, would actually, I think, be extremely beneficial right now. Either way, Maru's kind of bullied ByuN around. He's going to force his way up in toward the natural. Maru's actually down supply at the moment. It is mostly in workers, as he's lost out on the third base. So without that third base here, he is not going to be able to stick around as much as he could before. He needs to do serious damage on the other side, but obviously he's doing exactly that as the natural is forced away here from ByuN. All those tanks setting up. ByuN just needs to maintain a defense, right? And having gotten rid of his opponent's third, he might just be okay. Now, obviously, he's had his natural lifted. Going to try and break out right here, as he does get a tank in the process. I'll tell you what, one of the big differences is going to be is 2-2, finishing up from Maru shortly. ByuN is going to need to take something, that eco advantage. He's going to have to make a lot of units, because he's going to be playing up for 2-2. 2-2 is a very good upgrade. In mirror matchups, upgrades are absolutely critical. Units that fire as quickly as Marines do, upgrades are so good as well. And this is clearly at this point looking extremely good for it's looking extremely good here for kind of Maru to kind of maintain position. But like I say, without a third base, just gonna float back over now. It was a little bit troublesome, and he still is lacking SCVs to really kind of, you know, put back onto the third base as well, right? So I do think that's the main priority now of Maru. Get this third base mining, rebuild some workers. And I like why he's had a lot. And like I say, it was good for ByuN to force that third base away. It's kept him in this. However, now it's time to see what the next stage of the game will bring us, because I think this is actually going to reset quite heavily into a pretty even scenario. We might be buckling down for another pretty long game, because I don't think Maru has enough army supply to kind of break through anything right now. If he does, it's probably because of the 2-2 upgrades. Those upgrades are huge. Having 2-2 against 1-1 massive. ByuN is going to start his own 2-2, get vehicle weapon start with it as well. And an investment into the future, which part of it is an investment into just playing catch-up, as ByuN, that's one of the issues as well. His natural CC was killed, so he actually has to try and rebuild that from scratch. And that is a problem because, well, we walk in here and we get that cancelled. So that's going to be an issue. ByuN is dropping on the other side to the main base, and Maru going to be under heavy fire as he waltzes into the main base of ByuN. Who would we prefer? Army supplies are kind of similar. They're pretty close. How many units are out of position. No, I honestly think it's genuinely close. No, both have 3 siege tanks as well, if I'm not mistaken. ByuN actually has a 4th. Wow. ByuN gonna lift everything up, start to play the retreating game. Oh, this really devolved into the base trade very quickly, huh? ByuN. SCVs showing up over here. Maru has a lot of SCVs over on this side that should be able to get away at a moment's notice. Depots and the orbital continue to pull away too. Maru should be in the better base trade position because he's got an extra orbital away. And he just has more units on the map. And he has 2-2. Honestly, 2-2 is huge. In a game like this now, 2-2 is going to be massive because it means that any unit that's on the field is just going to trade that much better for Maru. Well, any Marine is. And it's 38 to 16 Marines. He's just so far ahead on the Marine count and upgrades. I think it's going to mean that anytime we see a bigger fight here, it's going to be pretty comfortable for Maru. I don't think he's going to be all too worried about how this continues on. That's very good for him. I'm going to catch one of the orbitals here. There's one orbital in the bottom left that's going to try and come back in and land. But that's going to be the last orbital as this one goes down. And the problem is that orbital is kind of far away from any mining, no? And all the SCVs are up here from ByuN. Siege of the tank, scan from Maru. As he considers, does he want to fight into that or not? His engineering base and the armor will go down, but he wasn't upgrading there anymore either, so I don't think he's really too upset that they will fall. I think that just looks, you know, there's one of those moments where it's like, okay, fair enough. That will go down. I can still gather together. A couple tanks get to the front. And we have reactors in production. The SCVs on the way. Reactors building. Barracks and depots coming through. Marines are going to get that and go after the orbital commands. So there's one orbital that remains of ByuN in the bottom left is found. He's going to be, what, camping out his 2 barracks in the main base. He can't force a draw, though, because Maru's mining and building. So he can't just sit there forever. He can't just sit there forever. Maru will take an advantage. I think ByuN knows it. That's why he's trying to get out onto the map. He's going to force Maru to keep on checking on that group of medevacs. Scans will keep coming down. Sees there's still nothing in the main base. Comes back over here. He's a little out of position. ByuN's actually going to go all the way down the right side, though. All the way down the right side, and actually going to unload and unsiege in this position. So, will we? Well, Maru's just going to say, let's fight. SCVs aren't going to do much here. He's got the tank siege up. He had more Marines coming in and better upgrades, and ByuN's just going to say GG. He knows he can't win this one after seeing the damage coming out. So he doesn't waste time, and he's going to be tapping that GG to take us to a game 3 here between Maru and ByuN in this qualifying matchup. It's going to be exciting. This is, again, one where the winner qualifies in a GSL. The loser will have other chances, and the winner we might still see more of a bit further down the line today, because we'll have, even if you win this, you play a set of seeding matches to basically try and qualify straight into Group Stage 2 instead of starting Group Stage 1. So there is potential for more of the winner of whoever wins this series. Alright guys, just a moment or so, and we'll head into this game 3. Like I say, it'll be Tokamak for the 3rd map in any of the GSL qualifier series that we end up casting here today. So, going into Tokamak, and yeah, we're going to get this ready to go. Thanks for joining us for some GSL qualifier action. Hope you guys are enjoying. If you are enjoying the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe. Helps us out a whole bunch, especially that like button. It takes half a second to scroll down below the stream and click it. Helps us out a lot, so if you consider hitting that, helping us out. Really appreciate it. Just click the watch button. I'm waiting for ads, but like I get so bored waiting for ads when we're not, when I don't, you know, sometimes it's like different. It's like I spend a minute like getting the game set up and stuff, but like when it's replays, I'm ready to just go. Alright, let's do this. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player is going to be the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN, as he gets tied up 1-1 here in this best of 3. I believe he did beat Maru in the previous GSL Qualifiers, by the way, so I think that was something that happened. I don't want to go and look up results right now, but I remember ByuN having a pretty good run last time around, so... Anyways, top right side, blue Terran is Maru as we get into Game 3. The winner of this advancing through and guaranteeing themselves qualification into the next season of GSL, which will be starting in the not too distant future. It's coming up soon for sure. Refinery's coming down. Gas is coming in. Barracks setting up. Yo, Edgar, thank you so much for the $4 on the super chat. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support today. Thank you for dropping some love on the YouTube stream. Barracks about to finish here from Maru. Orbital and a Reaper on the way. ByuN, first time in the series, he will be playing the single barracks opening. He's been double barracksing and Reapering the previous 2 maps already, so yeah, something different from ByuN. A little bit more regulated, as he is actually just going to go 1 gas expand, so I'm going to go from that kind of double racks Reaper kind of aggression to now just going into some expansion based play. Going to be the plan for the moment. Factory going through. Again, we continue to settle down. For the moment, the Reaper heads out onto the map. Factory building up from ByuN. Going to be finishing soon. His own CC obviously will be not much further ahead. Obviously now the factory is already done here from Maru, so that means his first Hellion is already on its way out, popping very shortly. Get that up and running. There we go. 2 Reapers and the Hellion going to begin to go out across down to the bottom left-hand side. So Maru going to go journey and try and see if he can find something, which again, because he's, you know, on the faster kind of set of units and his opponent is expanding more quickly, the opportunity will have some potential of being there for Maru, so not a bad choice for him to come across and to explore the idea of potentially attacking into this base. He's not going to go too far forward just yet though, so going to be a little bit cautious. And back it up even as now ByuN starts up his Cyclone, so begins to move into defense. Starport is available for ByuN as well, so he can get a medevac out to get that Cyclone inside of and to micro around with it. There is the medevac, because when isn't ByuN going to get into something that allows him to micro and allows him to potentially do damage, right? It just makes sense. Medevac, the Marines and the Cyclone continue to come through. Same on the side of ByuN, we continue to bring that straight by. SCV is coming through. The orbital command will finish very shortly. Back comes Houston. Down towards that bottom side of the map here for the moment, so yeah, medevac is on the move. The medevac here, Hellion, Reaper, and a few Marines are going to go stepping forward as well, heading to that upper right side. Unfortunately, Maru's already showing up over here, and he actually has a siege tank in position as well, so ByuN is going to deal some damage. Maru is going to be dealing some damage. It's going to get a little bit hectic as the both players are actually going to get into the mineral line for some workers. Of course, like I said, ByuN has that siege tank to deal with on this other side as well, so that's definitely going to be a little bit of the problem here. Forcing that command center away. Right now, Maru down by about 3 workers because ByuN again was the aggressive player. Sorry, was the economy player. He did open with that CC a little bit sooner. Medevac boost is good to save it from the Cyclone. That would have been bad. Losing the Medevac would have been pretty rough right there. As the Medevac heals up, a few Marines will get healed. And a couple of tank shots onto an SCV also coming through for the moment as the tank and the Raven continue to come up. Cyclone Marines still stepping by at the moment there. Just going to be seeing the Marines actually going to go and try and lift up, try and pick up the tank. The Medevac will be there to lift it. And after all is said and done, Maru kills 7 SCVs, ByuN kills 5. Sorry, Maru lost 7 SCVs, ByuN lost 5. It's actually been good enough, though, the distraction and everything, to bring us fairly equal on workers. So it becomes kind of an even game from here. Now it's a question of who's building what. They're both going into Ravens, 2 Ravens each, so we are seeing a bit more of a traditional TVT. And I only say this because the last game's obviously developed into a good position anyway, but obviously the last games did start out with that multi-rack sweeper from ByuN, which meant that he had much faster stim pack than what you usually see in a Terran versus Terran as well, because you don't typically prioritize the bio upgrades unless you already have double barracks, which is what ByuN had because of the way that he opened. So yeah, a bit more of a traditional TVT in that sense as the tank and the Marines still gather, the Ravens join up. Marines joining, siege tank sieging. Games Matrix currently about halfway done, command center still building online. Barracks finishing shortly, orbital still coming through. There are the 1-1 upgrades coming up on the engineering base. We get both of those brought into play. Medevac coming up the right side. As ByuN will try and find some aggression of his own. So looking to keep it going with that Medevac and Marines. Seeing if there's an opportunity for him to maybe get in there and try and grab a little bit of damage right now. Marines, tanks, Ravens continue now. They're going to head through toward the center, which gives you obviously the opening perhaps for this Medevac to strike for ByuN. But it also gives you the fact that you're going to have to deal with that army on the map. ByuN's actually moving on the map himself, so now we're not committing to the move across. Might benefit from that here as, like I say, it's going to gain that he's in a little bit of a better position defensively. I like that Cyclone just about sneaking the lock on onto the Medevac. Medevac going to die. Oh, mistake made. That did not need to die, right? It could have easily gotten away, so that's pretty rough because now everything gets cleaned up. That one tank shot as well was huge because it really put those Marines much lower on HP. ByuN has the quadruple Raven. Wow, so he has one more Raven than Maru. And you will send these across the map aggressively here to try and deal some damage. That's scary because if you lose those Ravens, you're going to be in some trouble. But I think he knows he needs to do something significant because look at the army supply difference. He's 30 army supply down. He obviously just lost a lot of units in that Medevac drop, for example. He has not gained too much overall. There you go. Auto turrets are going to come in. The SCVs will begin to take damage. Auto turrets getting cleaned up as the Ravens head into the main base where we can auto turret once more. Bunch more of those SCVs still taking shots as the Ravens escape down the right side of the map. The SCVs transfer over toward the third base. Tanks joining up, Marines joining up. And the 1-1 and the combat shield continue to come through. The rest of the army moving into the center. Marine, tank, Raven, Medevac. Making its way out at the moment. Heading down to the bottom left-hand side, another scan coming about from both players. Marines trying to come down as well. Just going to be seeing the Marines looking to maybe stim. Thinking about that for a couple of moments. Up we go. Interference Matrix lands onto the siege tank. Tank going to go down. Second tank going to go down. We have a tank and another few units coming across. Tank is going to get killed. The orbital command going to be under heavy fire. We're going to see a few auto turrets coming down too, so just going to knock those into position as the barracks going to continue to get knocked away at. Going to get rid of one, looking for a second right now. Well, a few more Marines just step forward. Just going to be seeing this army still pushing in. That's going to be a siege tank falling. We have the orbital lifted up into the sky again, so it's just going to be picking off. Those Marines and medevacs still thinking about what they want to do. Good matrix is going down. Tank's going to get caught by those. I mean, this is going to give Maru a chance to keep on setting up on this natural. ByuN says, I'm going to break out, or at least I'm going to try to right now. Comes in a little bit late with the Raven auto turrets, although I'm not sure how much of a difference that would have made anyway. He's down half the army supply here following this, and the tanks still alive from Maru and shelling away are pretty much a sign that this one is going to be done and dusted. So GG's, and it is going to be Maru to take the 2-1 victory. Gets into that better qualifying section of the GSL qualifiers. So, just to move through there. GG. And quite the TVT. Like I said, we don't usually opt to cast the TVTs, but you know, Maru is always a good name to cast, right? And figured that would be a fun one. Alright guys, what do you want to do? So, I think we should do... I really want to do a DRG series, because I really think DRG is someone we just don't really get to see anymore. He's played last season's GSL qualifiers, didn't qualify. So I think I'd love to cast... let's do classic DRG for a bit of PvZ, because after this, we're going to do Gumiho solo, I think. So yeah, we'll do classic DRG, and then we'll do Gumiho solo as our next couple of matchups, and then we'll continue to go into a few extra matchups from there as well. Does that sound good? Yeah, everyone saying yes in the chat, even though no one's replied. Perfect. Alright, let's do classic DRG. Like I said, I want to see a DRG game or two. It's kind of wild, because play like DRG, you never know when, like, he might just not play again. Like, he's clearly not at the top of his game. He doesn't play in the online cups or anything. He plays these qualifiers, but, like, we just have no idea when he's going to play again. But then he's got to be somewhat good because he's in this winners match. This is another winner bracket final of one of these sections. I don't want to go check who he beat to get here, because I feel like that would be spoiling myself. So, because I would probably see the result of this series that we're about to cast. So I can't go check who he beat to get to this point, but like he must have beat someone pretty good, so he's still good, but like I say, he's not really playing in too much at the moment, so there's always that question of like, you know, if I cast a DRG game now, are we going to see anyone else? He beat Cure 2-1. Okay, well there you go. So he beat Cure. That's actually insane. Cure was just in the freaking GSL finals, guys. And now DRG beat him 2-1 to get a matchup against Classic. That's a pretty That's a pretty hefty result, to be honest. That's pretty nuts. That is pretty nuts. Giving it a minute for the ads, guys, and we'll head into this classic and DRG series and get this underway. Right, let's get this started up, guys. Classic versus DRG. But you guys seem pretty excited about some DRG, so let's get into this. Let's head in. So this is again another winner finals, which means that the winner qualifies, and the loser will still have other chances to qualify in. This is basically your first chance to qualify the winner bracket finals of these groups. So yeah, no one is again knocked out or completely eliminated or anything. Like I said, just giving you that preface on each match we kind of cast, because I appreciate it gets a little bit confusing and a little bit kind of messy, especially when we can't look at the brackets, because all the brackets have spoilers in them. So then it makes it a bit more confusing, because I can't show you guys where people drop down to or what they advance to and so on. So just trying to keep you on track with what each matchup means at the moment. On the left side, in the blue, is going to be our Protoss player, semi-finalist of last GSL, and I think he's been continuing to play pretty well lately. It's Classic in the bottom left corner. He takes on the red Zerg in the top right, DRG. Alright, hatch casting pool coming up, a couple of drones coming about. Let me just take a moment. Because as you know, PvZ usually does just take a moment or two to get going, which is all fine and dandy. That was really quite a hectic TVT. It was actually really cool because I feel like we saw a few different kind of games from that TVT as well. You know, a 30-minute kind of back and forth, real grueling affair, and then a 15-minute kind of base trady outcome, and then just a full-on shove. That was just a little bit too good for Maru against ByuN in that final game. That's a really cool mix of games for TVT, and like I say, we don't get to see games of TVT all that often, and especially obviously we just don't see Maru games all that often. But man, he has always been so good in that TVT, but he has always had that little bit of a slight weakness to ByuN when he comes to losing some games here and there. It's just something about how ByuN plays he's able to do better for himself than you'd expect in some of those scenarios. Let's be building Stargate coming over as we have the Adept in the Warp Gate continuing through. Nexus chrono boosting, Adept moving up. Think speed's halfway by, and we are just going to see this Adept going to poke on in. Obviously, just to mention, you guys, a lot of these games don't get hosted with the Game Heart mod because the players have to host it with that. There's no casters for these in-game at the time of them being played, so a lot of the players just don't bother. I still find that crazy personally because I don't understand why you wouldn't want it in your own replays for analysis after, but a lot of these guys just don't host games with Game Heart mod. They're not required to either. Obviously, these replays are sent out as like a secondary thing, so yeah, just let you guys know there's not going to be workers killed on the side of the screen, there's no going to be upgrades on the side of the screen and stuff, so yeah, just the few things that come with that mod are not going to be available for this game, and probably a lot of the games today, because like I say, it's just not required, and a lot of the players just don't think about hosting with it, unless they've specifically got casters join the lobby. And even then, some of them are kind of bad about hosting with it, you know, so. But yeah, as I was saying kind of before we got into the game as well, it's nice to see DRG playing. Amazing that he's taken Cure down 2-1 apparently in the previous round to this. It's a pretty sick result, and the ZVT was always very good. Like, DRG ZVT was always there. Maybe his ZVP was the matchup which was not quite as up to scratch as some of the others. I mean, I actually thought his ZVZ was always pretty good too. I think ZVP has been his struggle. So it'll be interesting to see what he kind of plays. He reminds me a lot of Su, in the sense that Su would always be this player that would play so heavily in the mid-game, like playing the late-game units was just not really an option for him. And I think DRG kind of plays in a fairly similar way, so let's see what this game brings. Going to open with the melee upgrade, introduce the Twilight Council building from Classic. See what he wants to get with the Twilight Council early. Right now, obviously just the first couple oracles and the Adepts poking about. Could really just be anything for Classic on the follow-up, so, you know, Blink is very common. Glaives is probably less common in this timing and situation. And Charges, well, something of an option, but yeah, Blink is the most common way to go about it. We have all 4 gases taken as well, so we've got a good amount of gas income, which means that, you know, going to something like Blink and kind of getting those Stalkers out is probably the next step of what we're doing. Adepts are going to go shading and just going to threaten their way up as the Queens push them back, and the Oracle's just back here as well, so just going to hold off for a few moments now. Again, a couple of gates coming about, the probes are building in, the Blink is coming online. Steps are going to get there and get rid of that Creep Tumor. Still seeing the lair, the Bay Nest, the hatch, the melee upgrade. A little bit of everything coming online for now as the Oracles get up to the top side. Queen firing back onto the Oracle. couldn't get the replays from Q and DRG. I don't really like asking players for their replays for games that weren't... Especially because, like, it's a GSL qualifier, like... Put it this way, if someone asked players in my tournament to give them the replays, I'd be upset. If that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't be happy with players giving their replays from a tournament in my... Which maybe doesn't make sense, but when the purpose is for casting, and, you know, they play the tournament... They play the games under my tournament, which is casted by me already, then I wouldn't be happy about that, you know? So as a general rule, I just wouldn't really do that, so... Would be cool though. I mean, like I said, it's kind of sad that those replays don't get collected because they're kind of just lost to time, you know? It's just a cool result that no one's ever really going to see why it happened. I'm probably really weird as well. Everyone else probably doesn't really care about this at all, but like... Just try and be respectful. Like, I sign up, I pay for GSL replays. If GSL only want to send these replays out, that's up to them. It is basically my point of view of it, right? So I'm not going to try and bypass that. The Lings are going to come and look for a wraparound. Those Stalkers are going to get surrounded, and the Lings are going to get chased the other way. So it's actually going to recall back because we've got a massive run-by coming in, so... DRG doing what DRG I feel like is going to have to do in this matchup, which is just be very aggressive, very all over the place. I think his strength is in not going to the later stage of units, but instead kind of trying to use these low-tier units as best as he can, which he's extremely good at in, for example, like I say, the ZVT matchup. But ZVT is more naturally a matchup of like mechanics and back and forth and kind of having that kind of run around, so I do think that there's a little bit of a factor there in the first place anyway. As the Storm and the +2 both continue up and online. Just seeing those Stalkers heading across into the center. Things moving about as well. And again, Prism, Charge, +2 attack. All coming about for the moment. He is bringing a lot of that online for now. Didn't know how it works. Yeah, so the TLDR is that GSL for the qualifiers send the final... I mean, it's just from the Patreon page, so it's just the Patreon tier. But the replay pack they make is just the final match of each qualifying group. The winner bracket final and the lower bracket final of each qualifying group, so... That's obviously the majority of the better games, but there's a lot of cool games that happen in the previous rounds that we just don't get the replays of. So, like I say, I don't know if they just do that for simplicity or whatever. But yeah, that's what they send, so... I was going to say our Stalkers and the Zealots are going to be there. The High Templars, obviously with Storms available, are going to be a very scary kind of factor of this. And +2 melee, Baneling speed, continue to come about right now. Ling, Bane, Hydra all coming up. Immortal Arc on High Templars coming through. Hydra Bane army continue to come around as well as the Ling Bane comes around on the left-hand side. Let's do attack, the charge, the Archons coming about right now. Oracle going to drop a stasis ward down. And another stasis coming in as well. Nice Storms, just to see those Hydras stepping on through. Stasis ward catching, a couple of Lings going down. Another Storm going down again. Those Lings still getting hit as the Hydras still taking shots as well. So just a lot of shots coming through for the moment. As he step by, those Hydras going to get chased for a few moments as well as Classic taking some pretty good fights. As these guys come out of stasis, looks as though we're just going to try and jump on them. Drops a Storm. We'll take the engage and we'll just take those units down. So it looks to be very happy about that. Fleet Beacon building. Stargate on the way. Classic soldiers pushing up into this base. Can DRG find a defense? Some more Hydras on the way out. We're starting to run out of kind of the buffer units in the front, and that may give us a chance to get rid of the Archons. As a few extra Hydras come out, it really depends if the Queens can tank a few more of the Archon shots and let the Hydras fire from behind. I could be a bit of a believer. A few Lings get there as well. Another Archon going down, but we have got the Prism here warping in additional Zealots. Don't have a great way to work through Zealots right now, which is probably going to be a larger part of the problem than anything else. There's Immortal going to get caught as well, so it's going to be another nice catch. Solid Archon still stepping through. Let's just have a couple of Queens going down, the Hydras and the Lings still gathering. A couple of Banes connecting in onto those Zealots as well, so just more damage being dealt. On that right side, the few Zealots are going to go poking away onto the hatch. I mean, getting rid of the hatch is nice, but there's a base on the top side as well, so we're still going to be on 4 bases as DRG, so I don't think losing this hatchery is the end of the world. I think he is going to kind of scrap together something of a defense here against Classic. I think he is indeed going to be able to manage that, so Defense is made. And Classic is actually going to even lose one more mortal out in the middle of the map. It will at least take down 2 Hydras, so it gets a little bit of value that it maybe shouldn't have been allowed. So it gets something out of this, if nothing else. As the Hydras recollect together, and we reset ourselves for the moment. Playing around that left side. Just going to go and get the Mothership actually on the way up here as well from Classic, so Mothership will be produced. We get that out and running in the next few moments. All the Archons and the High Templars gather together too. Mothership and the +3 attack in production currently. As we have the couple of Banes morphing, Overlord speed building, +1 missiles on its way. And we have the Zealots coming through and going to knock down a couple of the Creep Tumors. They are going to get picked away at as well. The rest of the Zerglings coming across here. And the Hydra's still gathering as well. Two more carriers, the Mothership and the +3 attack continue to come online. Bring that through for the moment as you see the +1 missiles, Overlord speed, and Mothership and carriers continue to come into play. Of course, the carriers that obviously something that we don't usually see in this day and age in PvZ, right? Tempests are really the kind of go-to when you're going to invest into tech-based units. As the Protoss side in the sky off the fleet beacon, but yeah, carriers on the way out here from Classic who I wonder if he just sees no threat of lurkers, and as long as there's no lurkers, then carriers, were kind of the reason we kind of went to carriers before. They're just very good. So yeah, I can only imagine that is probably the idea of it. Let's just have again, +2 missiles building, a bunch of additional links coming through, carriers, +1 air weapons, +3 ground attack, building as well. Hydra still rolling over. Gonna get rid of a couple of Zealots down over there too. And +2 missiles, the Hydras and the Banes will build, and the units are gonna gather on that right side, getting settled here. +3 attack finishing already. And yeah, the Bane Hydra's going to gather up a couple of moments. We're going to step forward. Storm comes down, a couple of Banes getting hit. The rest of the Bane's going to roll through. Hydra's going to be right there to keep on applying the pressure at the front as the Lings are going to get by into the natural and into the main base. The Bane Hydra continues to come about right here. So again, just going to get set to try and fight. After you go recall to deal with these Lings, which are being annoying, DRG again putting a good little bit of contest back on the other side. And keeping Classic pinned back a little bit, keeping Classic that little bit busy. As a few cannons continue to get to work for the moment. Forcing that recall back has allowed DRG to get in over here, so he's going to come through, knock down this Nexus. Again, the only issue I have with DRG is this is a massive Ling Bane Hydra. And that's a low-tech army that's up against a very high-tech Protoss. I mean, these Hydras don't even have lunch, because we're not even on Hive, right? Yeah, this is just a lair army in a game where you need a Hive army if you want to fight straight up. And that's fine, because he's not fought straight up yet. But to win this game, he's going to have to fight straight up. And it's not like he's nearly there. He's just starting the infestation phase. Like, he is a mile away from realistically being set up nicely against this. A couple of Banes are going to get stormed upon. Going to see the Mothership overhead. A couple more storms coming down. Hydra's taking hits. The Interceptors try and do their thing. Mothership is still getting pushed back as the Hydras will try and get underneath. And so you actually have a couple of the carriers are low, but man, even just the Mothership on the Hydras does a lot of damage. And so Classic is trading well. Resource loss favors Classic by about 5,000. It's not like DRG has had a crazy amount of economy. Classic has not. I mean, we've denied bases of Classic, which has obviously been great, but it's not like DRG is sitting on some kind of mega rich economy that's not being touched either. Infestation pit finished, but we don't even see a Hive being added on. I feel like that kind of needed to be a like an instantaneous build once the infestation pit finished. Like, the lack of that hive is going to be... I mean, to me, the hive is the only answer. We need a hive, we need vipers. At the very least, if not more. DRG is on 70 workers. Obviously, that previous little skirmish has just forced him into making more units, it seems. He's just going to keep building Ling Bane Hydra. Like I say, the kind of player that heavily relies on the mid-game, and if he gets stuck in the mid-game, really can have troubles. And that's exactly what I was thinking of when I was thinking of comparing him to Su before, because Su was that exact same player, almost allergic to hive units. Vipers were, you know, made him shiver if he had to build one. Never mind actually try and micro one for an abduct. But I really feel like in this day and age, that sort of playstyle in ZVP is just... it's so difficult to make work. I mean, it can work, but the Protoss players are getting better and better than they ever have before, just surviving through to the later stages and making sure they get a better teched army up and all of that kind of goodness. And I think that's where the issue really comes around from, as a bit of Ling Bane continues through. Carapace upgrade coming in. They are spreading from DRG to potentially just take a massive surrounding fight. So we'll see if that works out for him. There's a couple storms coming down. The Time Warp blocks this single ramp, makes it a slower approach for a lot of those Hydras, which get caught in storms on that Time Warp as well. As Interceptor's turning around, the Ling Bane still taking damage. Mortal, battery, cannon, zealots continue to take shots at the moment, as we do see the Interceptor still flying through for the moment. I see the Queen going to go down. The carrier is able to get that grab. Now the Hydra's getting jumped on again as the Interceptors and everything else continue to make their way through. Being very, very good, as we just have Classic taking a supply lead. He's had a lot of fights in this game where it's been like, ooh, actually it's not quite enough, but this time he just has more than enough. Plain and simple. He has plenty. GG gets called, and Classic is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3, which I don't think should be too surprising to anybody. I think Classic comes into this as a favorite. He's been playing a bit more consistently. We've been seeing him in tournaments. He's been absolutely delivering in those tournaments as well, so I don't think you can really kind of say it was a surprise that Classic comes out and gets a win in this game, but actually what I found surprising was that DRG put up a pretty good fight. Classic had a lot of fights where he didn't just steamroll over DRG. Like, I personally would have expected if he told me I was going to Classic versus DRG today. I would just give Classic this win every single time, but DRG put up a much better fight than I already thought he might kind of go for, right? So, alright, we're going to go into game number 2, guys. Not going to delay too much, and try and get in as many games as possible today. So, let's go to Ultra Love for game number 2, as we have got in the bottom left-hand corner the blue Protoss player, Classic. The game, and he's taking on the red Zerg in the top right side, DRG. So this game 2 brings us, because obviously we were pretty aggressive in that first game. Stayed kind of on the lower tier of tech as DRG. It kind of worked for a while. Well, Classic maybe just be a bit more passive himself. If he sees that that's how DRG wants to play, maybe Classic does not really feel any need to be aggressive and just lets DRG sit on that kind of comp and attack into him, instead of trying to be the one to force the issue and attack into DRG, which was definitely the way that Classic played that for a good portion of the game. Ellie just came marching in with a toy in her mouth, whacking her tail. I was like, what's that sound? And then she came around the corner and her tail's just whacking and whacking off everything. Momentary doggo distraction. As you just have this probe is obviously continuing to scout about here for the moment, just trying to see a little bit of what's up and what's happening. As the couple of drones continue to gather in together. So again, just bringing those all about. Hatch gas pool coming through the Cybercore and the Nexus building in as well. Got a lot of that on the way right now. Just watching this probe, usually the probe scouting is the most exciting part of this. I mean, the hatchery came over here because of the probe block, and there's a Cybercore Nexus building at home from Classic. So, yes, let's go back to our probe, because It's kind of a little bit of micro at the very least that's still going on at the moment. Thanks for still working hard on SE2. No worries, mate. Thank you so much for watching today. If you guys are enjoying and you enjoy the StarCrafts, like I say, support for free. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Follow us on Twitch. Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. We usually have a high percentage of people on the YouTube live streams that aren't subscribed. Helps us out massively if you just scroll down, hit that sub button, see when we go live in the future or upload videos. Super appreciate it. Of course, ways to support further if you want to. I'm not in sellout mode right now though. That'll come later, I'm sure. Now, we're seeing where this classic DRG game gets to. Probe gonna get chased away by a few lings. As the probe comes back, typically an adept takes his place, and there it is. Stargate building up. Adept in the warp gate coming through. Got a lot of that online for the moment. And hatchery continue to build for now, so we're just going to bring that up as well. Still got the link speed building, the adept and the oracle coming through as well. And adept going to shade in toward the high ground, in toward the natural momentarily, but then bring it to a cancel. Is this for Season 2? Yes, this is for Season 2 of the GSL Qualifiers. Or Season 2 of the GSL. This is the GSL Season 2 Qualifiers. But I put too many words in at once in that last sentence. Where can you see the rankings for best SE2 players? Best place to go for that is a link you like. ALIGULAC.com. So I think he's going to get a wrap on these couple of adepts, queens as well, so that is going to be a good little bit of damage being put out as those adepts go down. The oracle moving around on the right side. Try and see a bit of what's going on. One's coming around. Again, it's going to be seeing a few drones mining up on this hatchery. Twilight Council coming through. You guys all settled in. The rest of these lings still settling. Continue to move about for the moment. Okay, so the next is coming around. The lings are going to be there. The adepts are going to go the other way. Link building on the Twilight Council. We just have ourselves, again, the forge coming up. The gates coming by. Those lings continuing to get in position at the moment. Some more drones, the lair, the overlord coming about, the blink is coming through. Overlord going to take a couple of shots of damage, really still everything pretty typical for the moment. And yeah, lair drones and overlords continuing to be added on. Ling's going to head to the bottom right. And the forge and the blink continues through, add on a couple of gateways as well. But as blink comes online, that really is going to be our next real point of call for some attacking to be done from the Protoss player and of course DRG. His lair's coming up, so he's not looking to do anything just yet, because usually if you're going to go lair, you're going to build a tech structure, most likely get speed on that tech structure as well, and make your units as good as possible. Or get speed from the lair upgrade being completed on another of your tech structures. Either way, it's going to take a little bit before DRG really has what he wants. Unless he was going to go like drop lords and just go like, you know, a drop across, but then he didn't have overlord speed, so that was not really kind of on the cards for this one. Dent, halfway done. Storm building, plus spawn and blink on the way up as well. We continue bringing all of those upgrades into play currently as the Zerglings continue to come around and just threaten the bottom side. The Oracle getting a little bit surrounded by some queens there. It very nearly goes down, gets away on 1 HP. Wow, cheeky little Oracle as we are going to try and immediately bring the other Oracle in, but DRG sees it, moves in position. That is going to be the drone getting caught. And that blink finishing up. +1 is about halfway done here currently still. Robot facility coming online. The gates are coming up. Two Stalkers going to go after those few Zerglings. So again, just a couple of shots being grabbed. Nexus coming down on the 4th base. Just going to get that settled in straight away here. In position. Oracle gets turned around again. Just going to get that pushed out. So again, just going to get that defended as the creep team is going down. Hydra's and the Ling still coming up. Muscular Augment's coming through. We still again have the Ling Hydra on the left side, opening up a set of rocks there. So moving some things into space as we have the Overlord going down in the center, or Ling going down in the center, sorry. The Ling Hydra's going to start attacking, and DRG trying to commit to this. There's a 63 drones, which means he really is committing to this as well, and it's just Ling Hydra, so there's no Banelings either. Right now, this is going to need to start doing some damage, but the fact that Storm's already out makes me feel as though this should not really have much potential at all as DRG. He's going to get back in, that 4th base likely goes down. Classic started to go across the map, so he's just going to go and try and deal damage himself. Oh, he's going to turn around. He's maybe afraid of this just going to do a little bit too much before he does anything significant. Well, he turns around, walks halfway home, now recalls the rest of the way. Left a couple of units out over here, including the Prism, which should be able to get out of there. Could save the Stalker and the Prism as well if necessary. I might just say, screw you, Stalker. Should have been in the recall. Save the rest. So Prism at least being used. Good moment for DRG is Classic attempting to dart across the map. Anytime you walk across the map and then end up half walking, half recalling the rest of the way home straight after is not great. So DRG just getting damaged, denying the 4th. And Classic wasting time. Now DRG is going to actually slow it down to try and tech up a little bit. The Infestation Pit coming through. A few Hydras coming up. A Lurker done coming about. Some missiles already ticking along. The plus 2 attack. A couple of Archons and High Templar all coming into play as well. Step up. We got a Zergling in the process. It's going to continue through. A couple of creep tumors still. We'll go down. Going to nab a couple of those, and then this army going to turn back the other way. Things stepping up. They're going to get taken out as well. On the top side, the Nexus. The Prism getting a few Zealots warped in. In between the Lings and the Hydra's going to come back down the bottom. The Ling Hydra still coming across and being denied at the moment, and actually going to get chased by a larger army. So this little group of units will be hunted. Getting a pretty good catch on a lot of those Hydras, so a good chunk of those Hydras getting chased away and picked away at already. Now diving the bottom left, Hydras and Lings gonna come straight through. This cannon getting jumped on. Another cannon taking damage, and now the pylon's in trouble as well. The Nexus will be next. I mean, this is going to be a full commitment on either side of the map, it seems, so up we go as Classic heads to the top. Hatchery immediately going to be in some trouble. Couple of Overlords there. I'm going to be in some trouble too. Another Storm or so coming down on the Hydralisks. We are going to have DRG at this time was kind of on his way back, and now he's going to turn back to the bottom. So a little bit of indecision from DRG as how he's going to approach this down a game in this qualifying matchup. GSL Season 2 this year. Storm coming down. Hydras are going to get hit by that storm nicely, and that does weaken them up. There's no easy way to get out of here with these Hydras at the moment. They're going to start getting chased down by the Protoss army that is returning home to deal with it. So, yep, the Ling and Hydra army is going to end up in a lot of trouble. The Zealots will still continue to chase forward. Hydra's still taking some significant damage there too. Size Spine's coming up. The Lurker's building. Hydra's as well. Prism goes down. Now we have a chance to continue stepping out onto the map, heading all the way up to the top. Storm coming down. Lurker's going to get hit. Another Storm coming into place. Storms all over the place as these Hydras continue to get struck at the moment, so damage being done. Tempest and Zealots coming back around. The Hydra's still setting up for now. Another nice Storm, and again just DRG kind of slowly bleeding out on units. The problem is that just Ling Hydra doesn't deal well enough with the storms. Now, of course, we've got some lurkers coming up. And that's going to help you a little bit, maybe. But then you've got to make sure that those don't end up getting ripped down as well, which is not exactly ideal. Once on the side goes down, these Fusels are going to show up to the top. They're going to run in toward the mineral line, threatening the idea of maybe getting something done there. Lurker's going to get jumped on. Yeah, DRG just doesn't have an army. Lurker's obviously always going to have some little bits of hope to kind of help you out in these scenarios, but it's just not going to be enough there at all. GG's Classic takes it. Our favorite gets the win. DRG trying to make it happen on some aggressive units. GG. Alright guys, I think what we're going to do next is... I think I want to do Gumiho solo. That sounds like another fun matchup. Yeah, let's do Gumiho solo. I think that's a fun one. So we'll do Gumiho versus solo next, guys. And we'll go from that. I'm just going to take a couple moments. I'll be right back. More StarCraft on the other side. Like I said, Gumiho solo going to be coming next. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. Thank you for a couple of moments break as we get ready for Gumiho Solar TVZ action. And then we'll kind of figure out what we're going to do in the second half of the replays that we're going to look at as well. So, like I said, just picking and choosing some of the fun ones out of the replay selection. We do have on the top right-hand side, our red Terran player here is Gumiho. Taking on the Blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand side. Playlines for map 1 is in every series of the GSL qualifiers. We have Solar. And an SCV on the map early from Gumiho, so maybe some aggression from him right off the bat here. As he takes that across the top, over to the left. We'll see where we can go from there. Multiple racks coming down, and a third SCV coming over too, so it's going to be 3 racks from Gumiho Proxied. And going to be super aggressive in this opening game, just going to try and knock Solar down here. So this is an important matchup, because this is a best of 3 that is not in the winner bracket final. This is a lower bracket final, which means that the winner of this is qualified for GSL, and will still get that chance to play for the group stage 2 seed. But the loser will no longer have a chance to play for the group stage 2 seed. They will then go into the losers qualifiers, and the loser of this will then must place top 2 in their group in the losers section, because otherwise they will not qualify for GSL. So a little bit more serious, because it's not like a second chance for everyone in every way. After this is one which is not a winner bracket final, but a lower bracket final, which makes a bit of a difference. Marines will build up on the proxy racks. And Solar, with that Overlord, actually got a good spot on this early, so is going to have a little bit of a heads up as to what to expect and what to think on here, as we are going to pull a couple of drones over. Gumiho's another player who's been kind of low-key good for a while, right? Just like, has not been playing in all of the online cups, has not been playing in everything. But, yeah, has not really been playing in everything, but has been able to, still maintain a very high level, and when he does show up and play, he's extremely good. So I'd actually say Gumiho is more consistent than he's been in a long time right now. See, these drones are kind of in an awkward place on the wrong side of the wall off now, as the Marines have been zoning them, but they will be able to be used for potential surround. We're going to get a full wrap on those Marines, but it doesn't last long because Gumiho is able to fight out of it, and now the Zerglings begin to take some damage themselves. We're not going to turn it around. The Marines coming the other direction, so a few shots coming in over here. Bunker gets cancelled. That's the good news from Solar. I mean, he gave up a lot to do this, right? He pulled drones for a long time, he lost some workers. But the bunker gets cancelled, the spine is done, and that should shut down the majority of this game for the moment. And Gumiho on the other side is putting an SCV to the low ground. Looks like he will expand. So he will not go for the SCV pull attempted bust behind this. And as soon as Solar sees that with this Overlord, cancelled the second spine he was thinking of getting. He knows now that he's going to be in a much safer spot in terms of the follow-up. He knows there's not going to be like a ton of SCVs showing up with these Marines going for an all-in bust, which means you don't need Spinecrawler 2. One Spinecrawler should be plenty, as those few Zerglings continue to nimble the way around in front of the natural, figuring out what they would like to get done. Because, guys, this is for the second GSL of the year. This is not for the GSL that just finished. The GSLs are just super close together this year, so yeah, this is for the new season of GSL. These games were played on Sunday, so they're only a couple of days old. Just a couple of days old. Queens go back and forth. Queen's going to gather up the spine there as well. We'll just be gathering as the link speed still coming through. Queen's still producing through on the barracks, and I mean, this is kind of wild because we've not, we've set up for the expansion, but we have not stopped building Marines. So we're going to have a ton of Marines over here, but no barracks back at home. And these Marines bust 3. If Solar is a little bit complacent, there is a world where maybe this could be a problem, but he's building 10 more lings. I don't think there actually is going to be a problem here for Solar. I mean, Gumiho was testing the idea of maybe attacking in, but like I say, those lings are still building in numbers. And he's going to have ling speed shortly too, which will help. This is a win for Gumiho because he's keeping Solar at 22 drones, so all this time he's been building up his orbital, and now he's going to be on 2 bases with a 3-worker lead. Make it a 4-worker lead right now. It's obviously a pretty big deal. This Ling over here comes to check, and we'll see the barracks have gone. Marines actually step forward, get an Overlord. Nice little cache. Solar supply blocked from it. And, obviously we're done producing Marines now then as Gumiho, but that means that this Marine force that exists is going to be pretty scary. Step towards the spine, turned onto the Queen. Transfusions will be used. We pull that Queen back nicely, which is good because that's the Queen that has the most energy left. And now the Lings have Ling speed, which makes this a pretty comfortable cleanup. All those Marines will go down. And that should be very good for you here as, should be very good for you here as Solar. Yeah, resource lost heavily in your favor. He's going to go across the map to a Terran that has a single Marine went home. Everything else is going to be reliant on... Oh my god, he gets the wall off. That's actually kind of huge. Just because now you don't have to deal with the Lings being as frustrating as quickly. I mean, obviously they could have maybe walked up towards the the main base mineral ramp and just hit the depots there. And these barracks are still going to take damage. One Marine is not going to scare these Lings off super quickly, so Solar will stand around and do damage to this. And just try and still bust his way through into this naturally engineering bay finishing. No cancellation there. The SCVs are going to pull. He tries to put damage onto the barracks instead. As the SCVs come down the low ground. This is what Solar was looking for. He was looking to force the SCV pull away, the mining time loss, and then obviously the money spent repairing a little bit as well. So just trying to recover here is Gumiho and get stabilized after that starting point. Can't believe that Warlock was able to go up. I'm not sure how big a deal is it if the Warlock isn't up, because you still have the defense here, but then you can't get to the natural as quickly because Solar's going to control the natural for a significant period instead. So it is a pretty big deal, because then you would have been able to, you know, deny the natural as Solar, which I do think would have been, like I say, a pretty big deal at the end of the day. So pretty reasonable there, as we just have Stimpack +1, Marines and a Medevac continue to come up for the moment, so we get all of that coming through for now. And we do see Gumiho with the Medevac out is maybe going to try and look for some further map control. Heading over here and trying to see what will happen. That building, drones on the way, evolution chamber coming up as well. And the Hellions will unload, and the Queen's already taken a few shots of damage. And it back has a couple of the Hellions and the Marines inside then, still looking about, trying to find something at the moment as the +1 in the stim comes through as well. And all of that underway, rogue speed and the carapace upgrade coming through too. So we see on that right hand side, going to journey about a little. Carapace, rogue speed, all building for the moment. Just going to chase that overseer down. It's going to come about. It's going to be seeing the +2, +1 upgrades coming through. The stim pack is about to be done as well. We've got Roach Speed and Roach Carapace upgrade coming in on the side of Stola. So he is moving into that Roach Ravager kind of army focus at this point. It's having the army of Gumiho coming across the other side. So can Stola get units up defensively against this? I mean, I really feel like he should be okay. This early game was good enough from him defensively. He put himself in a good position. He cleaned up a lot of the Marines. The only thing I would say for Sola is he was down a few drones super early in the game, but clearly he has plenty right now. That Roach Ravager pushes this first Marine Hellbat push back without a blink, and he is going to be at the same time counterattacking with a few Lings, looking for some SCVs. So Sola playing well, playing quickly around the map and keeping his opponent pressured. As the Roach Ravager still trying to step through, the Hellbat and the Marines there, helping to turn the Roaches the other way. Those Lings trying to escape into the main base as the Roach Ravager showing up now. A depot will begin to fall, so that depot will drop. Orbital still very much so in the sky. The Marines gathering together. And yeah, the infestation pit coming through from Sola as well. So bring that infestation pit through. The Carapace upgrade coming in. Roach Ravager coming up. The Extractor coming in as well. And the Roaches are going to be going towards the supply depot. These Marines will step up. Let's see the Roach Ravager still trying to chase this back for the moment. It's going to be seeing a lot of those Marines taking damage. The Roaches and Ravagers very much so going to chase that away at the moment. Orbital Command flying overhead. Sola, I mean, just basically having Roach Ravager against Marines. We are going to see one Medevac returning home, so we can evacuate some Marines, but he's being Gumiho completely overwhelmed in this fight. And Sola going to take a convincing position as tank just came up, so there will be one tank on the natural. Some saving grace here for Gumiho. We deny the upgrade, though, and that is going to be no combat shield. So, combat shield denied at the moment. Marine's going to fight back. Roach Ravager turned away. Engineering bit taking some shots. Crossbars going down on the bottom side. A few Marines and the Medevac going to try and step through. Medevac still coming around just for the moment. +2 armor on the way up. +2 attacks already done from Gumiho. So upgrades are pretty nice for him, especially as Solo only had the single carapace. Now going to go missiles and melee at the same time to play catch up on the attack upgrades. Yeah, significant upgrade lead from Gumiho, who eventually has found himself a defense at least, and Solo obviously turning away. But man, Solo feels like he's in so much control of this game. Hive coming up for him, the upgrades coming through. I just don't really see much for Gumiho to kind of stop Solo doing what he's doing and to stop him succeeding. But let's see if Gumiho can show us something then. Marine's going to be dropping, loading, just getting back. Not much else going on. A few Marines here going to cancel the hatch. I think that was more so a case of he expected these Marines to drop over there. And hatch gets going. Just going to see the medevac and a few Marines up on the top side. A few Marines going to go and step on through for the moment. Again, the combat shield and the drilling claws continue to come up. +2 armor coming about. Howling Roach Ravager Bane stepping across, and those few Marines getting chased away. On the bottom side, we're just going to have ourselves a hatchery getting denied. So, hey, Gumiho's keeping Solo on 4 bases at least, which is a step in the right direction. Solo's going to threaten the counterattack at least, coming across the other side. Things coming about. Just going to be seeing the other units moving about. Marines coming back in with the medevacs. Just going to be seeing the Marines getting rid of the spine crawler there. Just going to knock that down. Again, this drop has been kind of annoying. It's definitely kept Solo pinned back a lot, as obviously Solo now up on Hive Tech. Ultra Cavern done. Tightness plating needs to start, and he can start moving his way into the Ultralisk here to really solidify his later game composition at this stage. Marines the medevac still coming back through. Just going to be seeing the +3 attack upgrade coming in as well. This thing's going to run through. Bane's Ravage is going to continue to come across. Just going to be seeing the bio being caught a little bit as well. And again, just this position that Gumiho's been able to hold on this low ground, and obviously the creep being pretty pushed back here as well, is allowing Gumiho to continue applying a lot of pressure to Solo. The hatchery has to cancel up on the top side. The Marines coming around at the bottom here. Just going to be seeing the Lean Roach Bane Ravager coming across. A couple of Vipers going to abduct a siege tank in as well. It's going to look a bit better though. Those Vipers delivering with some parasitic bombs. Before coming back over, we are going to have ourselves the Bioforce just gathering. Top left side, 5th hatchery coming through as well. There's that +2 melee, and that kindness plating finishing as well. So we should be on the verge of some ultras on the production tab. Okay, there we are. We actually have a couple out already, so that army definitely tacking up nicely from Solo here. And starting to look to be in a very confident position at the moment. There's not really anything to deal with Ultras right now, and I love this counterattack. Ultra in the mineral line is going to be annoying. Libra showing up. I mean, Libras are probably the best thing you can get to right now as Gumiho. You have a starport. Libs are, easy to build. So Libs are the best thing you can probably get up, but the problem is, can you have enough Liberators? And this really has just been a... yeah, this probably just has been a little bit too... kind of favored to Solo for too long. Like, Gumiho, that early game just was not good enough, didn't get enough out of it. The rest of that army coming across too, but not able to just yet. Full Infestors gathering around. We are going to see Ling Roach Ravager coming in. A couple of Vipers are going to get blown up by Widow Mine, so that's a little nasty, but we kill a base. Top left side base going down as well. I mean, Solo really struggled to get a 5th. In a game where Gumiho was in a better position, I'd be a bit worried for Solo. Because this is the kind of stuff that is maybe a problem. If the game is any closer together, not being able to ever have a 5th base is definitely an issue. And even right now, it's still got you kind of thinking, like, Gumiho, are we maybe on the verge of doing something here? This hatchery under fire as well. Like, he's actually very narrowly going to knock Solar down to 2 bases. This base just lives over here, so it's a 3-base Zerg. Of course, the problem is the Terran's also a Baron 3rd base. A Baron natural long-distance mining could obviously be fixed, but... Yeah, Gumiho making a great effort. Like I say, in a closer game, I'd actually be kind of concerned for Solar. Because he's just so far ahead, I think he's going to be alright. Let's try and split nicely from these mines. Nicely done for the moment. The Ultra are going to try and dive through. SCVs are going to get jumped on. Ultra continues forward. The Marauder's still taking some damage. And Gumiho going to type GG as Solar is going to take the opening game of this best of 3 series. So Gumiho will take the opening... Solar will take the opening map. And, yeah, we will head into Game 2 here in a couple of seconds. Do, 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 do. Alrighty guys, give us a moment. Get this game 2 set up. Something just glitch up. Get that fixed and we'll get ready to rumble through. This is going to be ultra low for our second game here. Let's get into it. Alright, in the top right hand side is going to be our red Terran player who will be down a game then in this best of 3, playing here on Ultra Love for game 2. It is Gumiho trying to tie us up. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Solar. Obviously no barracks coming down on the map this time around, which means we're going to see a very different game developing from the very start. Much more regular, much more standard, and obviously no one really kind of taking a significant lead super early in this game. So it's going to play, like I say, very differently here for the first little while, as the Overlord starts to journey across to the upper right-hand side. So they're bringing that up to the top right over the first few moments. Overlord is just journeying across, taking a moment or two. And Reaper and that orbital command continue to come up for the moment, so we get that underway. Get that settled. On this Overlord, because there ain't much else going on just yet. So we are going to now have the Reaper coming across the map. If it turns around, factoring the CC coming up. Going to be seeing the few drones and the hatch continue to come about. We'll get the Ling will go down. Marine going to fight against the Ling as well. Decently so far. The factory gonna go and drop down onto the reactor. So factory onto the reactor. Starport is gonna set up. Link speed still coming through. Reaper's just been poking and is gonna get pushed away now. So Reaper getting pulled back. Hellion is on the way. Hellion's gathering, Reaper joining up. He gets settled in for a moment or two as obviously Gumiho will start to see if he can get anything done here. Let's see a little cancellation. The Reaper and the Hellions continue to get going. Viking and the Hellion coming about. Queen's coming up. Link speed finishing. Drones are still building. Just for now. Just going to be hitting through a few of those lings, so again, damage being done. Just going to be seeing the Hellions getting rid of a few of the drones. The Queen is going to be there. Hellions still taking damage. Just going to be seeing the Reaper hopping into the main base, so really just trying to get damage done with this early set of units. Gumiho ends up with 4 drones and 8 lings killed, which is not bad, but he is going to lose all of those units he was attacking with, so this Reaper is going to last a little bit longer, but that should be about it for now. Cloaking coming up, Banshee on the way, and a few Zerglings heading across the map. There's not going to be much to do there. There's Hellions on the other side defensively already. Hellions still looking for those lings as seen to gather. Just seen the Banshee and the Cloak coming up. The factory and a couple of refineries on the way. So need to settle down. Lings, Overlords, and Queen being produced for the moment. Again, melee and carapace upgrades all being brought out for now. As we get ourselves settled in to this game 2. Obviously 5 minutes deep and we're starting to really see things developing. For example, the melee upgrades as a priority from Solo. So we're going to have a later lair and the double factory on the way from Gumiho. You know, the other day I saw Solo made a tweet about how it's so frustrating with the Cyclone being bugged because it's not meant to have its lock-on cooldown be so low. And now I see Gumiho, who's been playing Battle Mech a bit here and there, is now cranking out a bit of, he played Battle Mech against Reno in the GSL group in the round of 8. And now here we are going to play some Battle Mech here against Solar, it seems, and ooh, I don't feel like Solar's going to be happy about this. As a few drones go down, it's actually pretty nice though. This is just the Hellions doing pretty well at the moment. The Ling is going to wrap around the other side. And those Hellions taking a bunch of damage. Yeah, just gonna be seeing the upgrade starting. It's gonna be the why am I blanking on the Cyclone upgrade name? Magfield. Yes, get the Magfield accelerator on the way, and also the Hyperflight rotors. Sun's coming across. Couple of Zerglings going down. Hey, what's up, Walgren? How you doing, mate? Thank you for subscribing for 6 months in advance. 65 in total. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is Solo not scout for Mac? No. Not initially, right? So he's realizing a bit later here that it's going to be Battle Mac, but it's very hard to to scout for initially. You know, it's one of those things where it looks very regular until the extra factories go down. By then, he'd already decided to play melee upgrades, right? So then you're just kind of going into upgrades that you can't really stop doing for yourself, right? Is what I kind of think it comes down to. Obviously, pulling back. The Hellions are going to fight. A few of the Queens there will help to deflect said Hellions around, pushing them back further into the center once again. Queens will be there. Cyclones locking on. Queens just continue to get chased back for the moment. As you have the Roach Ravager still continue to set up. Sorry, excuse me. I'll sneeze. As we obviously have Solar right on the front doorstep. Now, this is one of those interesting moments where Solar's obviously on the front doorstep. He's looking to try and put some pressure in. And try and see what he can do here as the extra Cyclones come up. Vehicle plating coming through. Banshee and Hellions coming about as well as the Banshees overhead. Going to try and fight back. We are going to see the Lings and the Ravagers pressing forward. Ling's going to get a wrap around. Hellions taking damage. Cyclones taking damage as well. I mean, it's such a pretty good fight for Solar. He's going to get rid of a lot of the units. He's going to stop this from kind of getting away from him. Army supply is in his favor, but he is down on workers, so he does need to do serious damage here. Of course, this base to lift off as we continue to pressure on through. Banshee's doing some good damage. The Lings and the Roaches, the Queens are a bit too far away to hit those Banshees right now, so that's not going to go very far. That's not going to go very well. It's going to be a little bit of a problem indeed as the refinery goes down. That's going to be a pickoff. Again, the infestation pit's still building. Missile upgrades still coming in. Extra drones and the Queen coming through as Solar tries to get ready for transition. He pushes this back, but that was just one base. There's obviously a base over here now from Gumiho that can still be working on. I have the army collecting. Cyclone's going to lock on again. Ling Roach Ravager taking some extra shots. Going to be seeing a couple of Hellbats gathering through, and again the +1 missiles, a couple of Roaches, Lings and Queen continue to come about as well. It's going to be seeing the Queen's going to get there, and the SCV is going to get grabbed. Of the Bars coming down, Cyclones, the Banshee, the Vikings coming back down here as well. Going to chase the rest of these units away. Going to see a lot of those units getting jumped on and chased. Going to be turning around with the Ravagers and trying to bile, but this is where the Gumiho army can be very efficient. If those Cyclones can keep getting locked-ons, the Banshees are just going absolutely ham in the sky. There's nothing to stop them, and so they are just going to have a huge time as you see the Roach Ravager getting hit. Even the Queen going down as well as the detection just is not here. We're going to see an Infestor showing up, and the Fungal Growth will land on a Banshee or two, and then some of the Hellbats. This is already very good for Gumiho. Continue to shove back into the middle of the map here currently. Couple of those Strip Tumors getting picked away at. And actually, so I was just going to say GG. He feels like he's lost a bit too much momentum, which probably is the case. Down supply, Gumiho picking away at creep on the edges and likely to keep on pressing forward. Solar's tech is obviously not quite there either, as the one Infestor went down, and that was kind of that. So GG's. We are going to go to a Game 3 here between Solar and Gumiho. So we're going to get that set up and ready to rumble. It's going to be on Tokamak, so let's get straight into it, guys, and take us into this one. And then yeah, we'll adventure through. We've still got some more matches to cast after this as well. I'm going 3 hours or so far. I'm going to do this one, and then we're going to maybe another hour or so of games, guys, I think is what we've got lined up. So that's the plan. Let's go into it. As this is 1-1, so like I say, this is an interesting one, because if you lose here, you will have the losers qualifier to play in, but you will not be able to get a group stage 2 seed. If you win here, you can play for a group stage 2 seed, which is obviously amazing, and obviously you are qualified for GSL in general, which is just really nice. So like I say, again, a little tight if you lose on this one. 1-1, Gumiho and Solar, both in that previous season, players we expect to probably see making it back. We'll see what goes down, as the top right Terran will be Gumiho, taking on the bottom right left Zerg Solar. Barracks at home once again. Got to point that out after that opening game. Was quite aggressive on the side of Gumiho, of course. Extractor drops in. Match gas and the spawning pool. No surprises just yet on the opening of Solar. I know what you would expect. Qualifiers already. Yep, new season of GSL starts in the next week or two. Everything is very squished together this year because of the late EWC announcement, and then all of these are acting as qualifiers for EWC, which means that yeah, you just have to go, go, go. We just have to just full send it, you know? Full send it. As you're going to be out here, I'm going to drop down the command center onto the natural. As you see the Reaper, the orbital, the command center continue to come about for the moment. Yeah, as you see coming up, the Reaper is on its way out. A couple of Queens and a couple of Zerglings in production as the Overlord of Solar gathers up. And just going to be moving around in that upper right side a little bit, so trying to see a little bit of what's going on. Again, our Queen's Links coming through, the link speed getting built, factoring the command center coming online for the moment. As the Reaper of Gumiho stepping into the main base, gonna get a little grenade down, the drone gonna take some damage. So the Zergling's gonna come about and the Reaper will be taking some shots right there, so a few more hits coming through. And again, drone's link speed, hatchery continue to come up at the moment as the Reaper gets all the way around the left side of the main for the moment. Things will be there. We'll take a couple of shots. Just going to be seeing it going down though, so that will be the end of Mr. Reaper for the moment as the starport comes online. It is going to be that third CC from Gumiho setting up into the big macro economy game in the next few moments. As yeah, the drones, the link speed continue to come through for now. Overlord heading to the upper right side. There's a couple of Hellions already moving through. We'll see Gumiho getting up to those. We'll see if he wants to play that battle mech style again, or if he wants to go more straight up bio. Obviously, just kind of have the choice. He's not really locked into one or the other. He's very clearly capable of playing both pretty well. So yeah, those options are definitely out there and available for him. As the Marine, it's going to nibble through the Overlord. Good damage being done for the moment. Again, pushed away. A few Hellions around the top side on a bit of a cruise around as well. Gonna have the Viking, the Cloaking, continuing to come up. And Queens, Lings, drones building as well at the moment. Getting everything settled for now. So that's Tim and the Cloak coming online. There's the Overlord taking a few more shots. Overlord will go down. A few Hellions trying to come around looking for the Zergling, and the Zergling will also be killed here as the Hellions go back around into the center. Again, Cloaking and Stimpack on the way up, getting that underway. And our Hellions going to work their way around to the right. Two more barracks, so we do get confirmation that we're not going to be playing Battle Mech here on Tokamak. We are going to go into the more standard and straight up game style of the bio. Let's get straight in there. The Orbital Command going to begin to float on through to the front. The Viewling's going to hit the rocks. The Queens are going to back away to the bottom. Now the upgrades are coming up and around as the lair continues, the hatchery building. And 1-1 in the Stimpack coming through as well. So just getting all of that up. Siege Tank and Marines in production also. Continue to get this going at the moment. Just gets picked away at. Again, the 1-1 upgrades and the stim still coming through. The Hellions will make their way out down to the south. And she's just going to fire, and we do have the Queen stepping about. And she's still taking some shots there for a few moments. Again, CC mining away on the third base with those SCVs. Couple of mules. And yeah, lair building. Bane nest on the way. 1-1 combat shield, Marines tanks, The armory. Again, a bit of everything coming through for the moment as the Hellions go back around the top side. We have a bit more Marine tank heading down to the bottom. Yeah, that Banshee is going to be setting up as well for a couple of moments. Still got everything else coming across currently. Overlord will take a few shots of damage. The Viking going to turn back around. Troops spread in the center, pushing out nicely as the 1-1 upgrades, combat shield and armory all coming through for now as well. The Infestation Pit is going to be finishing where you have 2-2 upgrades and the Bailing Speed coming online as well. A few Hellions morph into Hellbats. Marines are going to stem forward. A couple of Creep Teamers being knocked down immediately, as you just see. Easy pickings. Those Creep again getting taken out very nicely as the Lings are going to attack up the right side now. And straight in. It's going to get a cancel on the command center, which is a nice pick off. On the bottom side, this hatchery coming through is going to be a 5th base. Being morphed in at the moment is the 2-2 melee upgrades, the 32 additional Lings, and the Hive continue to come through as well. Marines, tank, Hellbats make their way over as we look to push the 6 o'clock base. Cancels the base a second time. Solo was like, oh, I need to cancel this and rebuild. And he's like, well, hold up, there's a massive army coming my way. That's not going to be any good for me. Now the Banes are going to roll through with the Zerglings coming across as well. And we are going to jump straight in toward those Marines, the Hellbat and the tank, able to push that army away. And we continue to stem forward, actually. Here is Gumiho looking to pressure on forward. We've got a bunch of morphing Banelings coming in from Solo, but can they last long enough? I mean, they've just started morphing. Gumiho is right there, and that's a cancellation, so there's not going to be Banes to help this out for a little bit longer still. Solo will not trade well running Lings into this fight. He will force the lift off, and eventually Gumiho backs away. But yeah, Solo losing a lot here. And, a base going down, so 5th base cancelled. Obviously, a bunch of Lings going down. Cancelled Banes a few times over, so couldn't get that composition up and running at all. And just Gumiho doing a lot to put himself into good positions in this game 3. Marines gathering up. 2-2 upgrades coming about, plus 1 vehicle plating. A drilling claws coming around. Our Marines will stem forward and get rid of a few more creep tumors already. A couple of those Banes will come back around as well. Banshee fires, Zergling taking damage. 2-2, about to finish up on the Evolution Chambers, just going to get that grabbed. The Adrenal Glands coming up, the Muscular Augments coming in the Hydrogen, Lings building, Drone building, Creep Tumors poking out. Solo trying to re-establish some control. He's down in supply in this game. But we've seen Solo hold on, on the verge of death many a time in this matchup. Never count Solo out until the GG is typed, because he really does have a way and a tendency to bring games back, to keep himself in it, and especially if he gets up to low, because that's when the swing really tends to happen in his matchup. So yeah, we'll definitely not be counting Solo out until like I say, I see him leaving the game. It's not good for him. I mean, Gumiho is very comfortable. Denying the left side base, going to put Solo back down to 4 bases. There's a lot of good going on for Gumiho in this game right now, but like I say, it's Solo. Against most Zergs, I'd be singing Gumiho's praises. I've done that so many times with Solo being the Zerg in question, and it's just bounced back the other direction, Marines will get here. Hatchery will take damage. The Ling Bane will take an opportunity to jump onto some of those Marines and clean up a good few of those units right off the bat. The Marines are going to be there. The Ling Bane going back the other way. A bit of Ling Bane up the top. A Parasitic Bomb going to fade. Ling Bane crashing in once more as we hit the Bio forces. So just still Solo trying to trade out anywhere and any way that he can at the moment. Just seeing the upgrades. Definitely going to be a factor as well. +3 attack already starting up on the side of Gumiho now, so bringing that straight through. On the top, we got the Planetary Fortress going to turn a few Zerglings around as well. We got the rest of the bio out over to the left. Banshee coming over as well. And a bunch of those Lings immediately going to take some damage. They're going to eat some shots. Little run by. Drop, in the bottom right is going to get jumped on by these Hydras. Still loses a lot of the Lings. Let's see what the main fight's going to look like, though, because Gumiho pushed right up here onto the creep and just did not care. Couple blinding clouds come down late. The Solo is going to get a pretty reasonable pushback. That's Gumiho just stepped straight onto creep. I looked over here and I was like not really thinking the top army was going to commit because I thought it was just going to be a scan for creep or so. But he just went for it. He saw the opportunity to get sieged up, and Solo then pounces back. Like I say, those Vipers and their blinding clouds being a huge part of the reason why Solo is able to take anything close to a decent trade there. And he actually pushes Gumiho back and puts the supply advantage of Gumiho away a little bit. So just chips away at that, helps himself out as a few Marauders there will hit a few Zerglings. The 3-3 upgrades coming through, the Bioforce still connecting. Bio Army continuing about still. We are going to see the rest of this Bio connecting. The Overseer overhead, just still hanging around for the moment as the Banes are going to crash in. The Viper going to throw a Parasitic Bomb down. And those Medivacs are still taking some heavy hits. As the 3-3 upgrades come through, Marine Marauder coming over. And we're just going to be seeing the Medivacs and the Widow Mines coming about as well. The Widow Mine shot is going to go in. The Zergling's going to get hit. So seeing the rest of the Bio coming through, just dealing with some of this Ling Bane. Widow Mines going off, couple of explosions here and there. Lurkers are going to get burrowed, the Ling's pushing back out the right hand side, the Bio units taking a lot of shots at the moment. 6 additional Lurkers build up. Solar is getting to the point where I feel he's usually at the most comfortable. Let's see if it's going to be good enough in this game, because it has been a bit of a travesty of a game for him. Being kept off that 5th base for a long time, a lot of his creep has dissipated as he's been under heavy pressure. You see the Zerglings coming around as well, the +3 armor coming through, Marine Marauder coming up, Widow Mines, Medivacs still continuing by as the Bio will push on in. Lurkers going to try and burrow up between these bases now, as we are going to be seeing the Banes continue to crash through in a lot of the Bio army. Medivac taking some shots up in the sky as well, still caught by that Parasitic Bomb. 159 to 154 supply currently. Solar has turned the supply into his favor, which is not something that we had going for him initially in this game. Hanging on in this GSL qualifier match, looking to avoid the losers qualifier bracket and just get qualified right here and now, make your day a little bit less stressful. Yeah, Marine Marauder Medivac coming up, a couple Widow Mines are coming out, and we still see a collection of units on the left side gathering as well. Over here we got this Banshee that was chipping away at the hatch. It's going to get taken out by the single Hydralisk. On the left side, we've got a little bit of Bio that's going to go after some drones. These hatcheries are just still being taking some damage here and there. We try to save it, and we do save it. The blinding clouds to protect the hatch from the Bio, my goodness. But unfortunately, there's an army down here that we were not expecting. A couple of Banelings connect, and some of the Bio goes down. Now the Lings start to run in. I actually, would that have been an okay fight? I think the Widow Mines are what's scary, right? Because the Widow Mines would have been able to clean up a lot of the Lings. The Bio itself was kind of low HP. It was Marauder heavy as well. It's not the best DPS against Zerglings. Maybe that could have been one Solo could have gone into, as he's going to take damage on the back of his gold-blue base too, as he really is just not allowed to have a 5th hatchery. That is the message that Gumiho is sending. I mean, he was just out of position completely from that bottom right, was dealing with that left side, just about to save that hatchery, and that is still hanging on by a thread. A breath of Terran air will knock that down for dead if it happens, so that's still an issue for Solar as he tries to counterattack up, but immediately ByuN's in position, maybe just up here. These 2 bases right there, there's not a lot nearby. It's going to come at the cost of your base on the left side because this army is moving forward. It's going to go into this base again, a couple of Widow Mine shots to start us off. Lurkers will burrow. It's going to keep a lot of the Bio back. There is this hatchery going down, just to confirm that the lack of HP there will in fact be a problem in the end. There's a couple of Vipers kind of sitting there as well, figuring out where they want to go. Gumiho just decided to go forwards across the map, and he kills the Vipers as they pull back. And so Solar needs a few of the Lurks on the other side. The Liberator there might be able to start clearing those up. He needs to start clearing up this Bioforce. His supply numbers are running low, however, and this little bit of Bio is going to live through. And then on the left side into the natural, we've got a Bio army stimming into the natural, and the hatchery there is taking damage as well. Solar is not seeing a victory screen in this game, I don't think. He's losing a bit too much. The Lurkers are putting in work on the other side, but we are just losing units as they are spawning at the moment. We just cannot get control of this game in the slightest, and that means that it is looking as though Gumiho will take a 2-1 victory. Gumiho is low-key just silently good, and silently because he's just not been playing in a lot of stuff, but when he does play, man, he is very, very effective at what he does. Gets the GG here, and is going to take the 2-1 victory, bouncing back in this best of 3 against Solar, and taking that W. Alrighty, guys, so we will take a moment or two and get into, so we're going to leave the initial matches now. So what we're going to move into are the winner and loser battles, which are brackets, which are the brackets where the winner's bracket, you're playing for seeding into Group Stage 2, and everyone is qualified for GSL. And in the loser's bracket qualifier, we're playing to actually qualify as our last chance. So we're going to move into some of those matches now. I think we've got a pretty darn good matchup to start off on, as we have... Just let me double check that I've not messed this up. But no, we have got... You guys ready? We've got Maru versus Hero. Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. So Hero versus Maru, best of 3, coming up to see which of these players will qualify to Group Stage 2 and bypass the Group Stage 1 of the GSL. Gonna get into that in just a couple of seconds here, guys. I'll run some ads and get that ready to rumble. Alright. Let's give it a moment or so, and we will go into Maru versus Hero. Juicy best of 3 TVP, huh? Juicy TVP. Alrighty. Love it. Love it. Alright guys, just give us a couple of moments, like I said, just get some ads play out, and then we'll get into this Maru versus Hero matchup. Exciting, isn't it? Every day you see a Maru Hero. I wonder when the last time these two played was. I can't check because they'll spoil me. So, yeah. How many more series will I cast? Sorry, I missed that question. Probably just 2 more, maybe 3 more. 2 or 3 more. Yeah, originally I was going to do 2 days of GSL qualifiers, but like I said, we're going to do some OSC mid-season playoff action tomorrow instead. And honestly, I think this is some of the matchups we could have casted, don't get me wrong, but I think after the day we'll have gone through the majority of the matches I wanted to jump on anyways, so... Yeah, just a couple more series today, maybe. Maru versus Hero. I think there's another cool one, I don't know what it is, though. Yeah, a couple more series. And we'll, wrap the day up. Hell yeah. And yeah, we've been on crazy viewership on the YouTube. So hello everyone on the YouTube stream. You are enjoying. Should we get in game? I think we're good. 50 seconds on the ads. We should be okay to just get this going. Let's do this. Play lines, as we know, for game number 1. Get this set up and we'll get this underway right now. So let's get this started right away here as we kick off into the bottom left-hand side. The blue Terran player is Maru. He battles against the red Protoss in the top right side of the map. It is Hero. Well, GSL champion playing against many a time GSL champion in the bottom left. Obviously, this is a series which is, again, in the winner's qualifier bracket, which means that you are fighting for seeding into Group Stage 2. So this is super important because you win this matchup and you start in Group Stage 2. That's an entire group stage you skip out on. So it's kind of weird because honestly, it's kind of like they essentially play like a GSL group to determine who skips out on a GSL group. I don't really understand the logic of the qualifiers, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me that you make them play a GSL group to see who gets to skip out on a GSL group. Like, you may as well just add that as part of the GSL. It's a little sad, honestly, but you know what? I'm not going to complain because we get to cast Maru versus Hero out of it, so we'll take it. The loser of this will have one more chance. This is the winner bracket final match of this bracket, and the loser of this will then get the lower bracket final match to try to win in, and that would also qualify into Group Stage 2. Otherwise, they will start in Group Stage 1 if they lose this match and that matchup. So again, just to try and reiterate what our situation is and what's going on as we get this played. Excellent Cybercore coming through, Reaper and an Orbital Command coming up, Probe on the way as we get settled into the first few moments here. And that factory coming online here from Maru. So we're going to get it started up. Nexus on the way on the natural. We get this started, and we'll see our pylon going into position. So we get that going immediately. Paper popping, and we'll follow this across the map. Maru and obviously recent GSL looked pretty good in Group Stage 1, kind of really flopped in Group Stage 2. And interesting to see how he performs. I mean, honestly, I think this is a great litmus test for how Maru is doing and where he is at, because Hero's freaking good, as we know. So, yes, we'll see if he can stand up to Hero at all, or if Hero really is just kind of pushing the Korean great aside to make his own pathway a little bit at the moment. So yeah, interesting, really interesting matchup, like I say. Love to see who's able to come out on top of this one, as we just have the Sentry, the Twilight Council, a couple probes in the Warp Gate, all getting built up. Command Center and the Starport coming online as well. So all of that is coming through. The Reaper is coming across the map currently and heading toward the natural. Stalker already going to be right there to push the Reaper back the other way. And that Reaper will go back down to the bottom as our Starport builds. The Command Center comes up. And yeah, just have ourselves that high ground CC coming into play here. Nothing really too wild, huh? Just nice and safe. CC on the way on the high ground. Obviously the Reaper is able to poke around a little bit and just get onto the map in general. And the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up from Hero is a very standard way for the PvT to go in the early stages, so no surprises on that. As again, the Medevac tank, a couple of Marines continue by. Still got the Blink coming through, and we just have, again, the CC coming around for the moment as it heads over toward the natural. So CC going to get to the natural here for the next couple of moments. We have our hallucination coming about as well. Viking, tank, Marine coming over, the orbital command coming up as well. Let's just again get that underway currently. Hallucination fades, robot facility halfway done, gateway coming online. Don't mind dropping on the other side. He's going to try and find a probe or so, and it really does just find that. One probe, and just the single Widow Mine as well, so very low commitment from Maru, who goes into the Siege Tank, and the Viking is the next step of this game. So tank and the Viking coming online, a couple of SEVs in the refinery coming up as well. Still got the Blink, still got a robot facility building at the moment. And now Maru is already looking towards the rest of this army as the Marines and the Viking gathering together. Accidental ping by Maru. So for day see that. As yeah, we just have this army going to push up, and so we are going to challenge Hero right onto his third base that's building as we speak. So Maru just showing up quickly and gets sieged up. Third Nexus is going to get a lot of damage onto it. Oh, the tank and Widow Mine combined do pretty well against the Stalkers, but can we actually finish off a bunch of these Stalkers? New tank showing up. Maru obviously feels as though he can continue here, otherwise he would have ran this tank away. Sentry Guardian Shield lived through the entirety of its duration there, which is huge as well, blocking some of that range damage. Stalkers gonna siege, get the chance to blink up here as the tank sieges as well, and that is going to be Hero once again challenging Maru and saying, do you really think you should be here right now? Tell you what, those two Vikings are putting work in, but as we get toward the battery, it just becomes a little bit too much. You can't really break through that battery in play, and that is going to be all of the Vikings going down. That is going to be pretty much a complete cleanup on this one. A couple of Stalkers start heading out into the center of the map instead. So there you go. 7 Stalkers over to the bottom left. Raven about to be done. Marines and a siege tank coming up. Tank is going to fire. The Stalkers are going to go after the siege tank, and they will get it there. A couple of SCVs going down as well. 2, 3 SCVs dropping so far. You see a force field coming down on the ramp. It's going to block a siege tank for a moment or two as we have, and the Stalkers and the Sentry still nibbling up at this depot. Just going to be seeing that going down, and Hero just on the counter track straight up. I mean, obviously did very well already clearing up the army on the other side, and now gets through another siege tank defensively. The Raven having to drop the order turret into play to play defense as well, which means the Raven has got no energy to counterattack with. Maru going to try and build the third CC right in the front here, and then GG out, as things do not really add up in his favor at all. And Hero is going to wipe the floor with Maru in this opening game, just Plain, straight, simple. Boom, boom, bang. And, yeah. That's, a pretty quick way to take down the first game. Like I say, Maru's attack just did not really work out for him. Does not do what he really wants it to do. Let's get into game number 2 and see if we can do any better going into a second map here. We're going to go into Ultra Love as Maru will trail by a game, taking on Hero here in this best of 3. I say it is a big deal because while you have a second chance after this, it's just nice to get that group stage skip. You know, GSL is a competitive tournament. You do not really want to be playing against the guys in that group stage 1 if you can avoid it. Just skip on through, let someone else worry about that, let them wear each other down, give yourself another week of rest and preparation. Especially for Maru, if he's nursing a shoulder injury, right, you know, the less he has to kind of build up to play official matches, the better he probably will end up feeling, right? So, it would be really huge for him if he gets that group stage 1, like I say, skip available to himself. As he is the blue Terran player. In the bottom left side of the map, Maru taking on Hero in the top right as we line ourselves up into game 2 of this best of 3. Really just Maru believing he could get something done with that push and reinforce the push as well. Like, we're still sieging up tanks there, as it really felt like there wasn't going to be enough. Put a lot of emphasis on it. Here at the probe on the low ground, showing us the intention to expand already. No surprises from Hero. Nexus goes down. Maru's barracks at home. No SCV scout. Neither player scouting, actually, so both playing completely blind in this early stage. It's both very happy to, yeah, take a couple moments, let the game develop. No one really feeling like the other guy's going to come up and do anything too sneaky or quick or cheeky or anything like that, so feeling pretty reasonable. As that CC comes about, the orbital command coming through. And yeah, Nexus and the Cyber Core continue to come online as well. Continue to bring that up just for the moment. Cyber Core will be finishing. And that factory building, the CC on its way. Have ourselves the Marine just stepping through to the low ground. Just going to come moving across. There's expansion up, obviously Maru expanding to the low ground this time. Last time he was expanding high ground and playing very safe about things. This time just going to throw it to the low ground instead. There was sentry popping from Hero, yet to see a tech structure come down. So, ooh, an extra gateway from him. So yeah, something a little different here. 2 gateways, no tech structure just yet. Could be an interesting point to keep our eyes on, right? Kind of thing that could have some impact on where this game goes. It's going to be very gateway heavy pressure initially, you'd imagine. As Hero looks for some scouting information with this hallucination coming out down to the bottom left-hand side. So that hallucination going straight across, looking to see what we can do here. Marines in the barrack, Cyclone coming online. Hallucination still gathering, and again, just going to see our Cyclone and a couple of Marines are building as we speak. Just going to be seeing the Marines are there. Hallucination still taking damage, so a few more shots coming through. And yeah, that Twilight Council is going to be finishing very, very shortly. So you get that Twilight Council done. And that gives us the opportunity to play into the blink. But yeah, with the second gateway early, it just gives you a few more units initially. As a Marine and Cyclone army step onto the map, I'm already a little bit worried that this is not really what you want to go attack across the map into. Again, someone on the 2 gates. And now go and charge as well. So not even blink from Hero, but charge. Really looking to have a hard shutdown on any sort of similar build that Maru just cranked out in the last game. Any aggression here is going to obviously just kind of be shut off immediately. That charge really would be just a bit too powerful, more than likely. As we have the Cyclone going to step around, the Marines in the tank going to go around the front as well. +1 attack upgrade on the Engineering Bay. Charge building on the Twilight Council. Robo facility coming into action as well on the Naturals. We just got that up. A couple of Zealots building. We just got ourselves and a little bit more continuing through for the moment. Marines in the tank gathering on the Natural as we have the Probe ready to build a third base. So Hero's ready to go for it, which, you know, he should be able to defend most things that come his way super early with that charge. So he is not in the wrong to kind of set up to, you know, get this third going early. And Stimpack and +1 coming up from Maru in return. Starboard online. 2 more Marines coming up. There's a hallucination of Hero still coming down to the bottom side of the map as well. Cyclone locking on, hallucination gets taken out. We'll just see our Stimpack +1 and Combat Shield all continue to come through here currently. The Immortal and the Robo Bay continue to build up. We are going to see these units are just going to attack in. It's one of those moments where it's like, hey, I have charge. Can you deal with charge lots? A lot of the time this can actually be very effective. And we saw that when casting hero games the other day a bit. But this was a reasonable defense from Maru. He lost 8 Marines, but he killed 6 Zealots. A couple of SCVs go down too. It's a very affordable trade out. It's an affordable trade out on both sides. The only issue is that Hero obviously went into that charge early. Now doesn't really have much use for having had it early. Whereas if he'd gone Blink, he would have been able to continue to probably poke around with Blink Stalkers at this point. So it just kind of sets you off into a bit of a weirder position. Probably better for Maru overall. Because his build has been very regular, and regular usually is good, right? Whereas Hero's build has been a little bit off from the norm. And so going off from the norm but not really taking an advantage from it kind of, yeah, puts you down a little bit. So not the hugest of deficits or anything like that, but I would definitely say it puts you down a step or two. Concussive Shells and the Combat Shield both building as the army comes out onto the map here from Maru. Cyclone locks on. Probe is going to get taken out. This army settles into the center. Marines coming over. 2 shots coming in. Again, the extended thermal lance and the blink continue to come about as well. A couple extra zealots and gateways coming online as we speak, just bringing those straight through. Things are under siege, and we are going to continue to step forward here in the middle of the map. Maru's army, about 20 army supply ahead, has a +1 attack upgrade that his opponent does not have at all. Hero on his way to extended thermal lance for the Colossus that he's building, plus the blink. Both those are very nearly done. So a lot of things going to be on the map and very shortly able to help here for Hero. The Vikings shooting, the shots going the other way. Colossus, Zealots, Stalkers all gathering up together. So again, we get everything joined in. We're going to continue up that right-hand side. 1 probe goes down already. We're going to actually attack in. A couple of immortal tank shots, hitting away. Stalkers getting pushed back. The Vikings coming through. Guardian Shield still active. He has a few SCVs stepping forward with this from Maru as well, so you'll have the potential to bunker up. Maybe even missile turret. Help zone the Colossus from attacking into this army. It's not an unheard of concept as the Burrow the Widowmine's a little bit further forward. Tanks in good places. Zealots are going to come charging through here. Now we're going to sit atop the ramp and let the Zealots kind of clump up and charge in. Very comfortable so far. Still got to really use the SCVs as part of this. First Colossus is going to go down. Colossus on the natural going to be safe for the moment. The Hallucinate Colossus took no damage at all, so that fake out did not work. Those Vikings still gathering up. A few Marauders taking damage. And that tank already sieged up on top of the Robo Base. The Robo Bay taking damage. Again, the Colossus firing. You can see the Gateway and the Battery continuing to take shots at the moment. As the Bioforce will continue to just whack its way through. Well, first attempt at breaking out from here didn't exactly go well for him. Still going to be down by an attack upgrade as well, so that's going to be one thing that Maru will continue to retain in his favor as we see the next round of Zealots going in well before everything else shows up, just by a few seconds, but makes the difference, right? Gives Maru the chance to clean those up a little bit before taking damage. Yo, those Colossus are getting low, and that Colossus there is actually in danger. Vikings step forward. The Stalkers going to get rid of a lot of the Vikings, but it did mean that we got the Colossus, which means there's only 1 Colossus left, especially now we've depowered the Robo, so I don't hate the choice. I think it's a reasonable decision from Maru, who is maybe getting a little overextended. He will get rid of the Colossus, though, and now there's no splash damage remaining, so this position of Hero becomes even more difficult. Again, Marine Marauder Medevac still coming through. having ourselves the army coming across the map. It's another SCV pull. Around, I mean, obviously just wants to keep the pressure up right now and stop anything from really developing here. Feels as though he's got enough momentum in this game just to put a close to it sooner rather than later. The Zealots come charging up. The Marines are going to delay and deny. And Hero's on 12 army supply, guys. It's that group of Stalkers and pretty much not much else. 6 Zealots warp in, trying to accompany this, but this really is a game that is, I think, a little bit too far gone on the side of Hero here. Maru's siege position is not being broken down. He has maintained the tanks throughout all of this. These tanks have just been sat there. 11 kills on one, 12 on another. They've just been sat there absolutely farming the opponent. Farming that Protoss army. Every time he steps up and steps in. As our Nexus will take a few more shots. Here we go. Zealots on 2 sides. Tanks are going to be in trouble. Zealots are going to get blasted. And I think we've got ourselves a Maru who is going to be victorious, which means that we are going to get ourselves a game 3 between Maru and Hero, which I actually was not expecting. I genuinely thought Hero was going to 2-0 Maru here. If I'm going to be completely realistic, I absolutely thought this was going to be a Hero series. And Hero just showing that he right now really is kind of the king in Korea. But not the case. We will actually get ourselves a game 3. So we're going to go to one final map here between Hero and Maru. It'll be Tokamak. Again, the same map every time for game 3 because the maps are predetermined for GSL qualifiers. There's no vetoes or anything. So everyone has to play the same map for each game of each series. I mean, Tokamak's been kind of one of the more played maps, so it's not crazy that it is the one that comes up here as well. Out of the new maps added to the ladder map pool recently. Love it. Go Maru, hell yeah. You know, it'd be cool to see Maru take a win. I feel like I've not seen Maru take like a big win series in like such a long time. And probably sounds a bit crazy, but I really do feel as though I could really do with seeing Maru take like down a big player, you know, a big name. You know, beating Hero in a qualifier I think is substantial, especially when it's an important qualifier like GSL. I think that is a very noteworthy, you know, situation for sure. Alrighty, let's go into game 3 on Tokamak. Maru versus Hero, continuing through as we head on into it. So let's get this underway. It is going to be one final map. And let's see what kind of a game we get, because still kind of that aggressive tendency from Maru at the moment. Still kind of playing toward the idea of, hey, I'm going to just, you know, go for some of the faster aggression and trying to get things done early. It's been kind of Maru's MO in a lot of the matchups lately, I think, which makes sense if, again, you've got a bad shoulder. The less you have to play, especially through these qualifiers and things, the better it is for you. He's trying to save that shoulder for the more important matches. Then again, he played a freaking 30-minute TVT earlier against ByuN, right? So yeah. TVT's like that though, right? Sometimes TVT ends up like that. Maru in the top right-hand side will be facing Hero from the bottom left, whose probe is already coming across to the other side of the map early. Probe gonna nibble. SCV taking some damage. Turning around, Probe taking a few more shots. Again, Barracks coming through, SCV coming up. Gets settled in here for a couple of moments early. Oh, Probe just being as annoying as it can be. We've got a Zealot on the way here from Hero, which is interesting. Build a Zealot, you generally want to go across the map with it and apply some pressure, so unless he cancels that, yeah, it looks as though he might get a Zealot over the other side and put some pressure on Maru in those early stages, so something just for us to keep an eye on for sure. Yeah, he did build it, so yeah, the Zealot is going to come across the map, and like I say, that's just one unit early in the game than you're usually going to have in these scenarios, so just going to start stepping across with it, trying to get something done. Let's just have the Warp Gate coming through, the Adept coming up. The Nexus just building on that natural as well, so continue to get this going for the moment. Bring that straight through as the CC comes online. And yeah, factor in, so continue to come about. Just going to see the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming in. The Hellion and the Starport setting up. A couple of the Marines and the SCVs moving around as well, as we have the Zealot already striking at the front door. Depot taking a couple of shots. The reactor will finish very shortly. And yeah, we are going to be able to nip our way through that depot, or at least try to. Marine behind it, and Hellion now as well, going to make it a little bit of a better and cleaner defense, so yep, just going to try and stop that from being too much of a problem. And yeah, Robo Facility coming up, Gateway on the way in. Now we got a Stalker to join the mix and match group of Protoss units at the front here. Depot down, and so Hero actually gets in, if he wants to be in. It's weird because you can't really step in because then you get trapped. So the furthest you can really go is the depot. At least you got to keep something on the depot to kind of stop that from going any further kind of wrong for you. And giving Terran the opportunity. Widowmine not going to even burrow. And if you can get to the low ground, you can burrow the Widowmine though. And then you have a guaranteed kind of defensive unit. And that's why it's the priority target. So Hero gets rid of that. Doesn't have to give up any unit to deal with it. And Maru, it's a little scary that we've still not really dealt with this. The longer that he doesn't really deal with this for, the worse off he is going to end up feeling coming out of this at the end. It's definitely getting into a little bit of a tricksy situation as the Adept and a couple of Stalkers will continue to ping their way through the depot at the moment. That depot's going to go down. That depot will fall because the SCVs were pulling to repair it. Maru's just in a world of pain. I actually think he's in some trouble because he's indecisive with the SCVs as well, so he clearly is not quite sure what he's really trying to do here. Now, of course, medevac across the map. 2 Stalkers from Hero. He knew this was coming, so he will greet it with open arms and say, "Welcome to my base," and be denied as the medevac has to lift up and boost away once again. Siege tank, the Banshee, the few Marines all continue to build at the moment, so Maru's follow-up will be aiming towards the idea or the concept of, you know, let's get into a lot of those units which are high power. Banshee has huge harassment potential, obviously just high damage output as well. If you want to go for that singular push, could be a possibility too. Adept shades up toward the natural, not really much coming out of there. Do have the, again, Banshee and the tank coming about. The Marine is on the way as well. Immortal and the charge building through as we just have the Widowmine setting up out the front here currently. A few Stalkers, 2 Stalkers and an Adept, going to warp in immediately. Going to step straight into this main mineral line here and just go for a few of them SCVs. Get rid of 1 Stalker, the Adept getting chased a little bit too. And Temple Archives, the Immortal, and the Charge all coming through for the moment. Prism actually just loops back around, unloads onto the low ground now. Big push. Marines, tanks, a couple of SCVs. Similar to what we've seen before, Maru looking to try and get damage done early then. It feels difficult to make this work when you've taken so much damage from Maru as the early stages, right? Like, this was not a good start for him. He lost 9 SCVs. He got held up massively. A lot of SCVs were off the mining line as well for a while. Like, it's not been a good start for Maru at all. Your hope right now is that maybe Hero put a little bit too much attention into this attack and didn't macro as well back at home. He is going to not have a third base, so there's not even an easy pick-off here for Maru. I mean, if you're Maru, do you even need to really stick around right now? You see no third. Are you just going to try and shove into the natural? Charge will finish. That wasn't done initially for Hero, but I mean, looks as though it's going to get a chance to finish this time around. Stalker showing up. The unit's trying to come around from the other side as well. I mean, 3 tank siege is always going to be a threatening army, right? It's always going to be something here that can hold a bit of ground and look pretty decent as the pylon will take some hits. The Marines and the Banshee coming up. Just having the army coming across, a few SCVs extra being brought with this as Maru looks for. I mean, this is all good because these SCVs need to figure out which way they're actually going to go. Hero sees it as well, so you can maybe get some free pickings. Bunkers will come down. Oh, Hero a little bit supply blocked, so actually a little bit of a panic moment for him maybe as he tries to work out of that. Bunch of pylons coming up. Get him his robot facility active and building once more. Feedback on a couple of the Banshees. We are actually going to start attacking into this. Let's see what we can do. Budweiser's hitting the Zealot. The Bunker's doing their job. We are going to have ourselves one siege tank going down. The Mortal's dropping off in the back, helping with that heavily. But 2 tanks still remaining. Is that enough for Maru? He has got a bit of buffer in front. He's got another tank showing up. And we, for the moment, are going to hold on to these couple of bunkers. That tank's going to try and slip itself in between the base, in between the bunkers as well. We're actually going to go for another round here. 4 Mortals. Oh my goodness. 4 Mortals are going to be absolutely huge. Tank's still firing back. Obviously, these Stalkers are... Yeah, GG gets gold. I was going to say, these Stalkers are obviously firing, and the tank's taking damage. And Hero just going to be having too much. The Immortals especially, though. Like, their Immortal count was just so good. That's going to be GG. Hero takes it 2-1 as Maru really relies on attempting to end these games early. Looking for those early pushes, Marine, tank-based attacks. But Hero coming up with the correct answer. And especially a game like that one, it gets scary, right? Because you're in that position. The siege is there. The bunkers are there. You got to approach it very cautiously as the Protoss player. But Hero did all the right things and puts himself to a 2-1 victory. Will win out this series and will get himself a Group Stage 2 seed. So he does not have to play Group Stage 1. Hero will just go straight into Group Stage 2. So that's fantastic for him. And congrats to Maru. Drops down to the lower bracket final of this bracket, where if he wins, he can still get a Group Stage 2 seed. We're not going to cast that one because I believe... Well, let's have a look. That way, I think that's TVT. Yeah, it's versus Gumiho, so we're not going to do that one. I think what I want to do is I'm kind of thinking of maybe casting... There's a couple of... So I think I maybe want to do Classic Shin, and then we maybe are done for the day. Yeah, I think we can do Classic versus Shin. I think that's an interesting one to me still as well. So this is a loser final of the winners qualifier. So this is basically, if you lose here, you're in GSL Group Stage 1, and if you win, you're in Group Stage 2, and there's no other second chances. It's the last match that these guys will play in GSL qualifiers for this season. So yeah, let's do Classic versus Shin, and I think we're done for the day, guys. I think that's going to give us a nice long stream, so I think I'm going to be pretty happy to call it there. Nice little 4 hours of GSL qualifiers or so. Sounds good to me. Or maybe a bit longer if we get a long PvZ. TVT's better because Gumiho's creative. You guys want to see Maru Gumiho TVT? Is that what you guys would prefer? If the chat wants to see TVT again, I will cast TVT as well, I think. That's also doable. It's fine. Yes. Gumiho Bob's Maru, you think? Plot twist, Classic Shin play an hour late game. If you guys want to watch the TVT instead, Maru Gumiho, we can do that. I can save a couple of these replays for like another day, maybe. Like, I just don't know when I'm gonna have another bit of free time. So. Alright, speak now. 2 people have said they'd rather watch the TVT. This is your chance to have a say on the matter. TVT or PvZ, guys? Maru Gumiho or Classic Shin? Last match of the day. What do you guys want to watch? It'd be fair to make a poll. PvZ, PvZ, TVT. TVT, 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 PvZ, TVT. A lot more TVTs, guys, I'm not gonna lie. TVT, PvZ. TVT. I feel like there's more TVTs. Oh, now a few more PvZs coming through. Aye, aye, aye. Yo, what's up? Simply Too Crafty. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you for supporting. It's very close. It's very close. I think actually PvZ's winning out in the end. I think PvZ's winning out in the end. Roll a dice. Let's do the PvZ, guys. I already cast a long TVT today. I kind of want to do the PvZ. Yo, oh boy. Thank you so much for the 44-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, let's do the Classic Shin series, guys. I think it was a little bit more popular in the chat. Alright, let's do it. This is going to be our last series today, guys, and then we'll be wrapped up. Let's head into game. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player. This is going to be Shin. As we take on, in the bottom left, our blue Protoss player, Classic. So I already explained this is a lower final of the winners bracket qualifier. Yes? Yes. So basically, if you win this, you're in group stage 2. If you lose this, you're in group stage 1. So yeah, this is going to be the last one for us today, guys. It's been fun doing these qualifiers, these qualifier games and stuff. If I had more time this week, I would genuinely come back and do a couple more, but I don't think there's going to be much opportunity to do these any more of these games, because I'm doing OSC Championship, OSC Mid-Season Playoffs tomorrow, and then I'm doing then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is Dallas stuff. Because Thursday I've got Dallas rehearsal, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday is Dallas. So maybe we might be able to squeeze a couple in at some point, but I'm not gonna promise anything. Am I producing the DreamHack show? No, I am not producing the DreamHack show. As Hatchery comes down here from Shin. So Shin going to throw a little bit of a curveball early in this game. Throwing the Hatchery down on the natural to block Classic off a little bit here. It's going to be seeing the hatch back at home as well. So it's going to be 3 hatches early. And in the pool. Raynor with the raid. Wow. You know, maybe it's a good thing we did the PvZ then, guys. Otherwise, all these Zerg guys would be in here complaining about TVT. What's up, Raynor? Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're casting some GSL qualifier games. We've been live a couple hours already. It's probably the last series we're going to cast today, but welcome for this Shin Classic matchup. As the Zelt going to go swiping through the hatchery and some damage done. Do I know which Twitch channel to watch DreamHack Dallas on? No, I've got no idea, mate. I've got absolutely no clue. Absolutely none. I guess just watch out for it on Friday. People will be tweeting about it and stuff. Adept Corona boosting out of the gateway, as we have ourselves the Nexus coming by as well. It's just going to see the Nexus coming about. A couple of batteries are coming over. Up the Stargate in on the natural as well. It's just going to get that a building here. As the link seed, the buildings, the queens continue to come about. And yeah, obviously Classic has decided to go for the Nexus over here. It's a very brave play when you're playing a PvZ to kind of put the Nexus over here, right? Because right off the bat, you're basically saying, cool, this is a much more open space than usual. I wonder if Shin has some sort of a planned response if his opponent just does that, because you've got to look at that and be like, well, that's a very open third. That is feels like so much opportunity to do some work against it, so guess we'll see as the Zealot and the Adept gather together. Adept negotiating through. The Oracle coming about. The Warp Gate coming in. A couple of probes will be building here from Classic as well, as we just get that all coming through. Hatchery building. Drones coming up. So far, so good. The Adept and the Zealot head down to the bottom left. The Feelings and the Queen gather on the natural. Things will be finishing shortly. So we are going to have an Oracle out. Nowadays, those Oracles get so much energy with the overcharge as well, or the recharge. That's probably going to make taking that kind of out to the third base location third a little bit easier, right? So it's definitely one thing to probably think on as to why Classic is going to do that, as the Oracle just flies around a little bit. Kill Queen, step across. The Oracle continues up in toward the main base. We pop a Spore Crawler down as Shin, but that's going to get forced to be cancelled. Oracle is going to get some damage done and then turn around. Twilight Council building back at home as Classic kind of goes into the follow-up, which I think everyone's kind of expecting to begin with, if nothing else. So no surprise on that just yet. As that first Oracle and second Oracle are going to join together in the next few moments and figure out what they would like to do. So yeah, both Oracles gather up. Going to be stepping through. Does Hero have to qualify? Yes, Hero did have to qualify. We've just been casting a bunch of his qualifying games. Oh, it's actually going to be Glaives from Classic. Okay, fun. Yeah, because I can only presume it's because these are EWC qualifiers, and so... Well, actually, I don't know. They've just changed the format, so... I wouldn't be surprised if they were just like, you know what? We don't actually know how to make the qualifier work differently from Season 1 to Season 2 if two people are already qualified. So let's just say no one qualifies from the previous season. Like, I honestly would not be surprised if that was the logic, to be honest. So, yeah. It's a bit weird as well, right? Because would you, like, just seed Hero straight into, like, Group Stage 2 as well? Because there's obviously... Qualifying is not just qualifying. You can qualify into Group Stage 2 or into Group Stage 1. So, you just give the winner of last season, like, straight qualification into Group Stage 2, or do you make them actually qualify into it? I think it's fine to make Hero qualify. If you won the last season of GSL, you should be able to qualify top 12 in Korea, right? Oracle activating and nibbling up on that Queen a little bit. You know, what's up, Crashford? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support, mate. Thank you for supporting the channel. Well, that Glaive is going to be done in a few moments, and Classic can begin to step out onto the map, so looking for some opportunity there. Flare, melee upgrade, Lings all coming through. A couple of Overlords coming up as well. Let's see those Adepts heading toward the upper right-hand side, so away they go. +1 on the blink coming up on the side of Classic as the Adepts continue through. Roaches and the melee upgrade coming up. Roach speed, an addition of that. Melee upgrade building. And you just have the few Queens are going to go hitting away at those few Adepts as they're going to threaten the idea of maybe punching into the natural or so here, or the main base even, but they're just going to cancel that shade there. A little bit of an open space, right? So that would be a bit of a surround waiting to happen, as one might say. These Adepts actually going to get caught a little bit as the Lings come through. Again, Roach speed coming up, melee upgrade coming by, the Temple Archives coming through. We have these Adepts that are going to come about as well. Just going to be seeing the Zerglings getting a good wrap around. The Adepts are going to get killed. And that is going to be a full cleanup here from Shin. So he's going to go punching Classic away in these early stages. Classic onto the +1 in the blink. What did Classic achieve? He killed 7 drones, which is pretty reasonable actually, and 13 Zerglings. So he did get some damage out of those Adepts, even if it wasn't quite immediate. And he's got +1 in blink coming up as the follow-up. The Queens are going to... Oh, Oracle's sorry, going to activate and go after the Queen. The Spore was very nearly dead there, which would have really opened the third base to these Oracles being able to attack. The Roaches are going to step onto the map, but the Oracles will just kind of be like, no, I don't think you guys are going to come across the map like that. Not that freely. I'm actually going to get a bunch of those Roaches for them just being stepped out on the map, so not bad for Classic. Some free damage. The Lings on the other side deflected by the Stalker reinforcements. There's a few Adepts there as well to help out. That is going to give us, what, Blink, finishing. And then Storm straight on the way from Classic as well as the Zerglings continue to make their way down to the bottom side of the map. Stalkers and the Adepts there. I'm going to deal with those Zerglings very comfortably so far. Burrow coming up, +1 missiles. Get that Tunneling Claws as well, so... Get that Roach Burrow movement activated too as the Oracles come in. They're just going to drop a little Revelation down. Still got to gain the +1 and that Storm building up as we speak. Now those Roaches coming back along. That left-hand side is just going to come across. Just going to be seeing the Lings on the bottom side going to go jumping onto the Nexus. Nexus will take some pretty heavy damage. Stalkers and Adepts together will knock those Lings down. That is going to be the Nexus cancel there as the Lings go back out over the other side. And running away for the moment as +2 in the charge continue to build. Look again, Hydralisks all building here. The Muscular Augments coming through. We have ourselves the Burrow, +1 missiles, and all the rest of it coming about as well. So just getting all of that set up as the Lings will join in the center. So just going to continue to keep that on the go Again, Stargate and the Fleet Beacon building right now. Getting that underway. Classic is just very happy to play into the late stages already. Just says, yeah, you know what, let's do this then. I'm just going to get my Fleet Beacon down, extra Stargate up, and he's just going to, you know, kind of open his arms and say, if you want to attack into me, let's do it, because his stack defense is already very much so there, looking to protect this fourth ahead of time, and really making sure that he's going to be okay. Now, obviously, Shin's coming across with a lot of units, so it's Classic being a bit too greedy. If there's a moment to punish him, this would be it, but Shin's not all in. He's got the Hive coming up, he's got Lurkers morphing, so we will see. The Roaches do burrow through into the main base, which is fun. The Oracle's on the way into the main, so you'll see the Revelation going down. There's a cannon there too. The Hydras are going to turn away for the moment. I feel like Shin has a lot of opportunity right now. The greed of Classic is quite high, but he's not really doing anything. He's going to back away with the rest of the army. Like I say, Shin is doing things himself, and I feel like he does not want to attack until he's got the investment into the Hive tech and so on. The Lurk is properly out. I actually think he had a bit of a timing there. Now, that might be one of those times where you attack and then the stack defense just makes a big hold, and so it's actually not all that great for you, but I would have liked to have seen Shin at least give it a bit of a better shot. I feel like there was at least a bit of potential. Now, we do, at the very least, this 5th Nexus have no defense on, no army on or anything, so that should be the 5th Nexus going down. The Lings are going to threaten forward toward the Stalkers and the High Templar. Lurkers are burrowed, and they are going to knock that Nexus away, so the Nexus will go down. The Stalkers come through again. Few Lings getting taken out immediately. A couple of Storms go down. Hydra's going to take damage. What a nice Storm or two as those Hydras continue to take some heavy hits for the moment. Again, Tempest will push the Lurkers back the other way. Stalkers blinking through. Lurkers still dropping. Just going to be having ourselves the Spire coming up as well. We have a couple more Storms coming in. That's going to be another Tempest going down. Just have ourselves the Hydras still being chased. And again, the Stalker Archon pushing up that left-hand side. Down on the bottom, we're going to see the Hydras and the Lurkers pressing through as well. Another Storm coming straight into play. I'm just going to be seeing the Hydra's going to be there. The army of Shin going back the other side, going up the right. And Classic already pretty good first defense, really, right? With the Storms dropping and everything. Shin gets the Spire coming up. He recognizes this game is not going anywhere quickly, so he's going to start prepping for the later stages. The Spire going to be one of the key important parts of that. As a couple Tempests come through, the Mothership come up, +1 air weapons building, and again the +3 attack upgrade on the Forge being invested into as we speak as well. So we continue to bring all of that online. Get another round of Lings and Hydras around the left. The Lurkers as well going to be setting up over here, and maybe just a bit of multi-prong. Next few moments as we decide what we would like to do. The Stalker stepping up, Lings and Lurkers getting turned away. So stepping through, just going to be seeing the Lurkers both going down. It's going to be a nice little catch as those Lurkers fall for the moment. And Corruptor's coming about, Overlord Speed coming through, +3 missile attack upgrade online as well very shortly. Shin just getting those Corruptors up, clearly knowing kind of what this is going to need to really kind of be competitive in this game, so he identifies that, and we will have ourselves the Lings able to get rid of the Zealots. The Lings going to hit the Nexus, and we have the +3 missiles, +1 flyer attack coming up as well. So that's going to get through. Big push from Classic up at the top side. Sorry, I actually missed the Hatchery going down. So Hatch goes down, and Classic is going to pull back a little bit. The Hydra's going to try and jump onto this army. Mothership showing up a little bit late to the party as well. Just going to see that Mothership taking a few more shots. Corruptor still chasing through. Hydras as well, but the Mothership will go down. Classic going to lose a lot here for this attack. I was chasing. Tempest still going to be getting jumped on. The Lurk is coming through. The Hydra's joining. Stalkers and the Tempest coming back to the bottom. After the rest of this army from Shin coming across at the moment. So again, just going to step over. Ling's going to get a wrap around. Corruptor's going to go jump on toward the Tempest. Another Storm coming down. Tempest going to get picked away at once more here, so nice little catch. I mean, good Storms defensively is definitely going to help Classic out, as Shin obviously trying to capitalize on the back of a great fight. Pearl 6 Spray trying to get rid of this Nexus as well, which would be great to knock Classic down to just 4 bases. Storm is good, and another Corruptor falls. Every Corruptor that goes down means less damage output. Another Corruptor goes down, another one. Nexus will fall. We just have enough to get it killed. There's another Corruptor coming in from the side. Might have actually helped that as well. So Shin is able to get rid of Classic's 5th base, and while he lost a base on the top of the map, he counterattacks for a base, and I mean, both players, as they attack, seem to lose a lot of units, right? I mean, Classic dropped down a lot in supply. Now Shin drops a lot of supply. Resources lost. He has 24k to 17k, favoring Classic, who is on 92 probes, by the way. Disgusting work account for a Protoss player. Trading efficiently and currently saying that he's probably mining a whole lot more as well. Is pretty crazy as the feelings come by. A couple of drones going down. Zealots being chased away. And the High Templar's coming up. Tempest coming through. And that +2 air weapons on as well. We still have ourselves an army of Classic gathering out down to the bottom for the moment. Double expand from Classic. I mean, you got 92 workers. You may as well give them a home to mine at. It's just going to try and get the double expansion up. Maxed out still here on ley lines as we're past the 15-minute marker. And Classic and Shin giving us a little bit of a showing of this PvZ. We see this kind of style a lot, especially Classic. That kind of Tempesty, kind of Stargate later game style of the Protoss up against the Hydra Lurker of the Zerg. Hydra Lurker Corruptor really is that kind of, I wouldn't say end game composition, but it really is the main composition we see a lot of the time. That's just going to show up. Just going to go jump onto the hatchery here. We're going to take that down. Have ourselves the couple of extractors getting jumped on as +2 air weapons still coming about. It's about halfway done currently, so again, got to continue to bring that into play. Archon stepping forward, High Templar coming through. Spore Crawler gets picked off once again as the Stalkers jump up to the high ground. Drone's going to take damage. Another nice couple of storms coming about, and we do see the Tempests under some heavy fire as the Hydras and the Lurkers burrow up as well and continue to push on in. We're just going to be seeing our Hydras continue to chase on through. It's another interesting fight as Classic, I think, is winning. It's interesting now. I don't know if he's got enough to really fight against those Lurkers. "26 drones dead at the moment as Classic did serious damage on the other side, and we continue to kind of come through here with the rest of these Lurkers still pushing through, but I mean, Shin's on kind of the last dredges of his army, and if he doesn't have anything extra arriving, which I don't think he really does, then this should be pretty good. Lurker's going to step up. He's going to see a couple of those Immortals still taking damage. The couple of probes going down again. Lings sneaking into that mineral line, and Workers continue to take some shots. Corrupt is just going to be chilling out overhead still as we have 7 probes going down, and the Immortals and everything else gathering together. I'm just going to try and fly through for the Tempest. I'm going to need a few Stalkers or so to shut these Corruptors down. That's the only thing we're really missing from Classic. Answer to Corruptors that are currently flying about at the moment. Lurker's burrow. I mean, space might go down. Classic is being extremely cautious about potentially attacking into this. I mean, it's Lurkers. You do have to respect Lurkers, right? It makes sense. As he steps through, he's going to realize just how much he has. From our point of view, it's obviously very cautious. From his point of view, it's probably just being the correct kind of play. I mean, obviously, it's going to work out for him here. So he did lose that Nexus, but he's got other bases to mine from, and he knows he's done a ton of eco damage, so he's in no rush to force the fact that he needs to keep bases alive. He doesn't need to do that at all, in fact. So, yeah, absolutely fine stuff from Classic as Shin brings an army around the left-hand side. Mothership, Tempest coming through. Shin, I'm just going to say GG. He's not even going to try anymore. And he's probably right not to. There's clearly too much here from Classic. This army of Shin is not going anywhere. And Classic is going to take the opening game of this BO3 PvZ. Alright, we are going to go into game number 2, which is going to be on Ultra Love. in just a moment, guys. Just gotta run ads after a bit of a longer game, just in case. I'd rather have the ads clip over the start of the game than essentially run through the middle, just in case we get into like 20-minute game or something. To get those ads played, just in case. Good game. Glad we chose over the TVT. Hey, you know, it might have been the best TVT of all time. You don't even know. You don't even know, right? Alright. We'll just take a couple moments, guys. Like I say, let the ads play for a minute, and then we'll get started into Game 2 of this classic Shin series. Hope everyone is, again, having a great day. Enjoying some GSL qualifier action with us. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. We appreciate y'all going up and doing some games. Let's jump into game number 2 of this best of 3. Let's get it going. In the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player down a game, looking to make it to group stage 2. If you can turn this series around and get a win, it is Shin. Looking to get that direct seed into group stage 2 for the second GSL in a row. It is classic. He started straight into the round of 8 last season as well. Obviously looking to do the exact same here this time if he can win one more map. He has been just low-key very solid, especially PvZ. He's been a very solid player for a consistent amount of time now. Very fun to see him play. I actually love how good Classic is. Like I say, his consistency is still lacking a bit because he has some days where it feels like he could lose to anybody, but man, when he plays well, he can really stand up and fight. It's great to see. Alrighty, well, gateway coming through, hatchery coming up. We get ourselves settled in. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Let's follow Mr. Overlord because there ain't much else going on. There is. Oh, well, no. Let's follow the probe. There's a probe on the map. Always a funner one to get into. Match coming up. Extractor and so coming through as well. Continue to get underway here. Let's just have ourselves the gateway and so coming online. Obviously, we'll just follow this probe for a little bit because, like I say, there ain't much else going on. Timing of the structures and so from Shin are pretty regular. No surprises to begin with on Ultra Love. Well, Proby's done its thing, and as it starts to pull back, we are going to be seeing the first Adept popping out. Next coming through, a couple lings going around, Probe being chased. The Adept, I'm going to go and shade up toward the upper right hand side, so I'm going to go journeying over. Again, lings be coming through, about halfway done at the moment. See if this Adept can do any early damage. Target just straight up then from Classic, and we'll see the first Oracle on the way out. Obviously played that Glaives to start off that last game. Wasn't really that great. The Glaives part of the game was not ideal for him. Like, the Adepts themselves did not really do all that much. Still good enough to keep him into a decent position, I guess, but like I say, it was not like a ton of damage was being done throughout. As the second Adept comes and joins up, gets together. Oracle on the Warp Gate building through, the Adept coming about, and the Queen will be firing onto a couple of those Adepts as the Adepts step through. Lings are going to turn back the other direction. Adepts Going to pull back down to the bottom left-hand side for the moment. Now that Oracle is already coming across the map, so we are going to be seeing that poking about to try and get a little bit of something done for a couple of moments. Drones and the Queen coming through. Yeah, Oracle just going to go looping around. Twilight Council and a couple of gates coming up. The Nexus coming about. Queen going to be in position and pushes that Oracle around the other direction. And is Oracle going to go the far left side? It's actually going to be quite aggressive trying to force its way into a mineral line here. So trying to find a little bit of luck. And as we get to the back of the main, Sword gets a single drone, nothing too major. Nicely handled by Shin as the Queens turn this Oracle away on the left side. 3 drones go down though, so some damage being done. Classic doing a good job of microing. Let's see how we do defending the third base as the Oracles are out onto the map. Maybe a chance to get the third base here. There's a few Adepts though, sitting in good choke positions. It's going to take a long time for the Lings to get rid of all of those. And now extra Adepts come through as well. Nicely handled. There's going to be Glaives a second time here from it. Classic. Wow. Genuinely a little bit surprised. I just didn't really think the Glaives was doing all that much for him last time around, you know? And I thought he would mix it up this time, just go straight Blink or so. But yeah, he's going to like the Glaives enough to do it a second time, so... Right now, just going to use the Oracle Revelation to clean up a Creep Tumor. Misses the active tumor, which is a shame, because that's really the tumor you want to get, because then you can stop it from expanding further, if possible. Which it would be. Now we just drop another Revelation to clear it out. So just denying the creep. The less creep, the less easy it is to move the Queens around, the more chance there is that these Adepts can actually ping between bases more successfully, so there is something to think on there. As the Adepts pull back and just try to be like, okay, yeah, time is up, but that time is really just coming. Because again, that Glaives is Chrono boosting. +1 is starting as well, so it's a pretty fast +1 behind this. So Oracle going to get another stasis down, but it's still just 1 drone, still Shin handling the Oracle very well in the back of the main base. Classic just keeping on, trying to make sure that his attention is drawn over there as best as he can, as the Adepts are going to shade again. No vision of this for Shin, so he does not really know too much about it, I believe. The Roaches are on the way up, but he's starting double Evo Chamber. Oh, okay, I think he does know about it. He's walling off, so... Wall off comes through, so the Adepts are not going to be allowed in. I don't know what he saw it with, but he saw it with something. As the Adepts are going to commit, obviously the wall off gives you kind of a wall to put these Adepts up against. Things need to be careful if they try and commit through. Now we're going to get rid of the Evo on the low ground. We're going to move through with the Adept Glaives. Possibilities, for sure, as we get up into the main mineral line. 4 drones, 5, and we're already seeing these Adepts starting to be more successful than what we had in the previous map. Now, obviously, let's see if they can stay alive for long enough. Let's see if they can allow the transition to +1 and Blink to come through and online comfortably. They shade back down to the low ground here. There are going to be a couple of Adepts hanging around trying to hit the third base a little bit. 8 drones dead so far. Definitely trouble for Shin. He's now up to 15 dead drones, and this is a big problem, as clearly this is a case of him not keeping up well enough with these Adepts and those Roaches struggling to get in reach. There's going to be Roach speed soon, which will help you, but you're already 21 drones down, and you've had so much lost mining time. So many of those drones just spending time moving about rather than actually mining. And those are just the ones that have not died as well. So brutal, brutal, brutal stuff for Shin, who is probably just thinking Ling, Roach, all-in counterattack. Because he's not building any replacement drones. If he was just going to... Oh man, Overlord speed just starting. That's going to take so long to finish. If you want to drop some stuff across the map, like drop Queens across. Oh, that's so much further away than it should be if you really want to commit to it. I hate... Okay. I mean, I guess this is all just a reaction, so it's never going to be timed out well, but it does not really make me believe in this, as by the time he hits, Blink is going to be done easily. There's a good chance Storm is, like, nigh on finished as well. Like, you are not in a good position here at all, Shin, as you come running across the map with this Roachling. I mean, the sooner he goes, the better, because at least Storm not being finished would be a pretty big factor. We morph an Archon right now as Classic. He does have a couple high Templar that are just hanging around waiting for energy. Like I say, Storm is going to be close, but not done yet. Now, Storm would be nice against those Zerglings as the high Templar are going to get target fired down, so Shin recognizing that Storm may be very near to being done right now. Going to get a chance to jump onto the Archon as well, so the tech units are going down. Can the Stalkers protect this? The Oracles are going to end up with the Queens underneath them, so the Oracles begin to go down too. A couple more Stalkers warping in, as we are going to see Obviously, the +1 will do some work here as well for Classic. That advantage on the upgrades should help him. It's kind of close, but I just don't think Shin has the reinforcement power. Whereas the Stalkers keep on warping in. They keep themselves alive because of the blink, and so they can just keep it going. I think that is going to be a deciding factor in the end, as it looks as though it will indeed be close to enough as we come across. Stalkers will find some Lings, find some Roach Ravager. A couple of more Roaches going down as well, and Overlord falls. GG, says Shin. And Classic will take a 2-0 victory over Shin in this GSL qualifier. And we'll start off in Group Stage 2 for the second time this year in GSLs. GG's. Alrighty, guys. I think that's going to be it for us today. I appreciate you, all tuning in. Nice to see such great viewership for GSL qualifiers. Just casting some replays and a bunch of you all showing up to watch some games. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. We'll be back tomorrow with the OSC mid-season playoffs. What is going to be in the OSC mid-season playoffs? Great question. I don't know. Let me try and see if I can find out who's in the mid-season playoffs. I don't know which matches we're casting, but maybe I can get an idea of which matches we're casting. So I guess we're probably gonna have. I presume some of the winning bracket matches: Solo, Young Yakov, Spirit Mindle VK, Mana Trigger, ByuN Art, Shin Percival, Showtime Bunny. Some good matches in there. We might be doing some of the lower bracket as well, so that might not all be kind of guaranteed, but like, there should be some fun players tomorrow. So we'll be back with that tomorrow, guys. I hope you had a great day. Hit the like, subscribe, and follow buttons. And I honestly don't have a sellout in me today. I'm not feeling the sellout, so we'll just end it on that. I'll run a set of ads in the outro, and I'll send you guys over to someone else on Twitch with the host. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. You guys have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you guys, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.